Welcome, keeper of Gotham's secrets, to a journey through the shadowed halls of Wayne Manor, where portraits of generations past watch over tales of triumph and tragedy that have shaped the very soul of a city built upon darkness and dreams. Tonight, we shall trace the bloodline that gave birth to the Dark Knight, following threads of legacy that stretch back through centuries of ambition, madness, and noble sacrifice. Let the whisper of cape against stone and the echo of footsteps in ancient corridors carry you into peaceful slumber as we explore the complete chronicles of the Wayne family dynasty. Close your eyes, guardian of the night, and let these tales of shadow and light unfold, like pages from a leather-bound tome, written in moonlight and memory. In the mists of American colonial history, where the foundations of a great city were being laid by hands that could not foresee the darkness their efforts would eventually harbor, there emerged a lineage that would become synonymous with both the highest aspirations and deepest tragedies that human ambition could achieve. The Wayne family's roots stretch back through the fertile soil of early America, drawing sustenance from the revolutionary fervor that birthed a nation, while simultaneously planting seeds that would grow into legends whispered in the shadowed corners of Gotham's most ancient streets. The first Wayne to cast his shadow upon the land that would become Gotham City was a figure whose very name would echo through the corridors of American military history, though his connection to the family that would produce the Dark Knight remains shrouded in the comfortable obscurity that wealth and time can provide. Anthony Wayne, known to his contemporaries and to history as Mad Anthony Wayne, was a general whose tactical brilliance and fierce determination helped secure American independence during the Revolutionary War, yet whose bloodline would flow toward a very different kind of warfare waged in the urban canyons of a city that had not yet been conceived. The martial valor that defined Mad Anthony's career was not mere reckless aggression, despite the nickname that would follow him through history, but rather a calculated willingness to accept risks that more cautious commanders would avoid, a characteristic that would resurface in his descendants with both heroic and tragic consequences. His understanding of terrain and his ability to strike swiftly and decisively at moments when enemies least expected assault demonstrated strategic thinking that would be inherited, in various forms, by later generations of Waynes, who would apply similar principles to very different battlefields. Yet it was not Mad Anthony himself who would establish the Wayne presence in what would become Gotham, but rather his descendants who possessed the vision to see opportunity where others saw only wilderness, and the determination to transform that vision into reality through careful accumulation of land, influence, and capital. The transition from military glory to civilian success was not uncommon among the families that emerged from the revolutionary period, yet few managed it with the systematic thoroughness that would characterize Wayne family enterprises for generations to come. The true architect of Wayne family fortune was Charles Wayne, a man whose name appears in the yellowed documents and faded ledgers that record the early commercial history of the region, yet whose personality and motivations remain tantalizingly elusive to those who would understand how a family of such modest origins could accumulate the vast holdings that would eventually make them among the most powerful dynasties in American history. Charles possessed the kind of analytical mind that could look at seemingly worthless tracts of swampland and rocky hillsides and envision the thriving communities that might someday occupy those spaces, given sufficient time, investment, and strategic development. The real estate speculation that formed the foundation of Wayne wealth was not the product of mere luck or insider knowledge, though both undoubtedly played their roles in the family's early success, but rather the result of systematic study of geographic, economic, and political factors that would influence the long-term development of the region. Charles Wayne understood that the location that would become Gotham possessed natural advantages that made it inevitable as a center of commerce and industry, provided that the right investments were made at the right moments to channel growth in profitable directions. The harbor that would eventually accommodate the ships that brought trade and immigration to Gotham was already recognized by Charles as a natural focal point for economic development, yet his vision extended beyond mere maritime commerce to encompass the inland transportation networks that would be necessary to move goods and people between the growing settlements scattered throughout the region. His purchases of seemingly random parcels of land were actually carefully calculated investments in the infrastructure that he knew would be required to support a major population center. The methodology that Charles employed in building the early Wayne fortune was both patient and aggressive, combining long-term strategic thinking with tactical opportunism that allowed him to acquire valuable properties at prices that reflected their current undeveloped state rather than their future potential. He understood that true wealth was not created through speculation in existing assets, but through the identification and development of resources that others had overlooked or undervalued, a principle that would guide Wayne family business practices for generations. The relationships that Charles cultivated with local political figures, tribal leaders, and fellow investors were not merely social conveniences, but essential tools for gathering the information and securing the cooperation that successful real estate development required in an era when formal institutions were still rudimentary and personal connections often determined the success or failure of complex transactions. His ability to navigate the competing interests and conflicting claims that characterized frontier commerce demonstrated diplomatic skills that would prove equally valuable to his descendants in their dealings with the power brokers of more civilized eras. When Charles Wayne passed from this world, leaving behind an estate that would serve as the foundation for everything that followed, the inheritance he bequeathed to his sons was more than mere land and money. Though both were substantial by the standards of the time, he had also left them a network of relationships, a reputation for integrity and vision, and most importantly, a methodology for thinking about wealth, not as an end in itself, but as a tool for shaping the development of their community and region in ways that would benefit both the family and the broader population. The two sons who inherited Charles Wayne's legacy brought different temperaments and priorities to the task of managing and expanding the family fortune, yet both understood that their inheritance carried with it responsibilities that extended beyond their immediate family interests to encompass the welfare of the growing community that depended upon Wayne investments and employment for its prosperity. Joshua Wayne and Solomon Wayne would each leave their own distinctive marks upon the family history, though their stories would unfold along very different trajectories that reflected both their individual characters and the changing circumstances of their historical moment. Joshua Wayne inherited his father's vision and moral conviction, yet these qualities would ultimately lead him toward a form of heroism that prioritized principle over profit, a choice that would cost him his life, while establishing a tradition of noble sacrifice that would echo through subsequent generations of Wayne family history. His involvement in the Underground Railroad was not the casual philanthropy of a wealthy man seeking to salve his conscience, but rather a deep personal commitment to the cause of human freedom that led him to risk everything he had inherited in service of a moral imperative that transcended considerations of personal safety or family security. The cave systems beneath the Wayne properties, which had been discovered during early development efforts and initially viewed as obstacles to construction and cultivation, revealed themselves to Joshua as perfect hiding places and transportation routes for escaped slaves, making their way north toward freedom. The natural tunnels and underground chambers that honeycombed the rock beneath what would eventually become Wayne Manor provided concealment from bounty hunters, while also offering multiple escape routes that could confuse and frustrate pursuit efforts. The network that Joshua established for moving escaped slaves through the region was a masterpiece of planning and coordination that required careful timing, absolute secrecy, and cooperation from dozens of individuals who shared his commitment to the abolitionist cause, despite the legal and financial risks that such involvement entailed. The safe houses, supply caches, and communication systems that he created represented an underground railroad in the most literal sense, utilizing the geological features of the Wayne properties to provide sanctuary for those whose only crime was seeking the freedom that Joshua's own ancestors had fought to establish. The personal relationships that Joshua formed with the escaped slaves who passed through his underground network were not characterized by the paternalistic condescension that marked much white involvement in the abolitionist movement, but rather by genuine respect for their courage and determination in seeking freedom despite overwhelming odds. He understood that true heroism was not the exclusive province of those born to wealth and privilege, but could be found in equal measure among those who had been denied even the most basic human rights, yet continued to fight for their own dignity and that of their families. The night that would end Joshua Wayne's heroic career began with information that a group of escaped slaves had been discovered by bounty hunters who were tracking them through the wooded areas surrounding the Wayne properties, threatening not only the immediate fugitives, but the entire network that Joshua had worked years to establish. The decision to personally lead the rescue effort was characteristic of his unwillingness to ask others to assume risks that he was not prepared to face himself. Yet it would also prove to be the last decision he would ever make. The confrontation in the woods between Joshua Wayne and the bounty hunters who had cornered his charges was brief and decisive. Yet its outcome represented more than the death of a single man, or even the temporary disruption of underground railroad activities in the region. The murder of Joshua Wayne marked the first in what would become a recurring pattern of Wayne family members dying in service of their principles, a tradition of noble sacrifice that would reach its ultimate expression in the death of Thomas and Martha Wayne in Crime Alley decades later. The funeral that laid Joshua Wayne to rest was attended by hundreds of mourners, including former slaves whose freedom had been made possible by his sacrifice. Yet the true measure of his legacy was not found in the tears shed over his grave, but in the continued operation of the network he had established and the inspiration his example provided to others who would take up the cause he had died defending. The Underground Railroad continued to function in the region long after his death, sustained by the infrastructure he had created and the relationships he had forged. Solomon Wayne, who survived his brother's death to become the sole heir to the Wayne family fortune and responsibilities, possessed a very different temperament and set of priorities that would prove equally important to the family's long-term success. Though his contributions would be measured in architectural monuments and legal institutions rather than individual acts of heroic sacrifice. Where Joshua had been driven by moral passion and personal conviction, Solomon was motivated by a more systematic vision of how power and influence could be employed to shape society in ways that would promote justice and order over the long term. The judicial career that Solomon Wayne pursued alongside his business interests reflected his belief that lasting change required institutional reform rather than individual heroism, though he never criticized or diminished his brother's sacrifice in pursuing a different approach to the same fundamental goals. His appointment to the bench during the 19th century was not merely the result of political connections or family influence, though both played their roles, but rather recognition of his genuine legal scholarship and his reputation for fairness and integrity in dealing with the complex disputes that characterized a rapidly growing and changing community. The cases that came before Judge Solomon Wayne during his years on the bench provided him with intimate knowledge of the social problems and structural inequalities that plagued the region. insight that would prove invaluable when he began to think seriously about how urban planning and architectural design could be employed to address these underlying issues. His judicial experience taught him that law alone was insufficient to create the kind of community he envisioned, that physical environment and social structures were intimately connected in ways that required coordinated attention to both legal and architectural solutions. The partnership that Solomon Wayne formed with Cyrus Pinckney, the controversial architect who would design many of Gotham's most distinctive buildings, was based on shared conviction that architectural choices could influence human behavior in profound ways, though their specific vision of how this influence should be exercised would prove to be both ambitious and tragically misguided. Pinckney's theories about the psychological effects of Gothic architecture were not mere aesthetic preferences, but systematic beliefs about how environmental design could encourage virtue and discourage vice among urban populations. The Gothic revival style that Pinckney and Solomon Wayne imposed upon Gotham's developing skyline was intended to create a sense of awe and moral seriousness that would inspire citizens to live up to higher standards of conduct. Yet the dark spires and brooding gargoyles that came to characterize the city's appearance would eventually contribute to an atmosphere of gloom and foreboding that seemed to encourage rather than discourage criminal behavior. The irony of their architectural choices was not apparent during the construction phase, when the imposing structures seemed to represent civic pride and cultural sophistication, but would become undeniable as subsequent decades revealed the ways that Gothic darkness could harbor very real shadows. The specific buildings that rose under Solomon Wayne's sponsorship and Pinckney's design included not only commercial and residential structures, but also public institutions such as hospitals, schools, and government buildings that were intended to serve as focal points for community life and civic virtue. The Wayne Foundation, though it would not receive its formal name until later generations, was already taking shape through Solomon's systematic approach to philanthropy and his understanding that private wealth carried with it public responsibilities that could not be discharged through mere charity, but required strategic thinking about social needs and institutional development. The influence that Solomon Wayne exercised over Gotham's early development was not limited to architectural and philanthropic initiatives, but extended to economic and political decisions that would shape the city's character for generations to come. His investments in transportation infrastructure, manufacturing facilities, and financial institutions were guided by his vision of Gotham as a model community that could demonstrate how enlightened capitalism and thoughtful urban planning could create prosperity while avoiding the social problems that plagued other industrial centers. Yet even Solomon Wayne's systematic approach to building a better community could not account for all the variables and unintended consequences that would emerge as Gotham grew from a modest settlement into a major metropolitan area. The Gothic architecture that was supposed to inspire virtue became instead a backdrop for vice. The economic development that was intended to create broadly shared prosperity instead produced extreme inequality, and the institutional structures that were designed to promote justice and order became vulnerable to corruption and abuse by those who understood how to manipulate them for personal advantage. The legacy that Solomon Wayne left to his descendants was thus both more and less than he had intended, providing them with enormous wealth and influence, while also burdening them with the unintended consequences of his well-meaning but ultimately flawed vision of urban development. The city that emerged from his planning and investment was undeniably impressive in its scope and ambition, yet it was also marked by the kind of fundamental contradictions that would require future generations of Waynes to confront and address through very different methods and approaches. Alan Wayne, Solomon's son and the next torchbearer of family responsibility, would inherit not only his grandfather's business acumen and his father's civic vision, but also the accumulated weight of expectations and obligations that came with being a Wayne in a city that had been shaped by Wayne money and, quote, Wayne decisions for generations. His challenge would be to take the diverse business interests and philanthropic commitments that his predecessors had established and forge them into a coherent corporate entity that could operate efficiently while maintaining the family's commitment to serving the broader community. The incorporation of Wayne Enterprises as a formal business entity represented more than mere administrative convenience or legal protection for family assets, though both considerations played important roles in Alan Wayne's decision-making process. The creation of a corporate structure that could outlast individual family members was also an attempt to institutionalize the values and priorities that had guided previous generations of Waynes, ensuring that future leaders of the company would be bound by formal obligations to continue the family's tradition of using private wealth for public benefit. The consolidation of various Wayne business interests under a single corporate umbrella required careful attention to the relationships and obligations that had been established over decades of informal operation, as well as strategic thinking about how different enterprises could be coordinated to achieve maximum effectiveness in pursuing both profit and social benefit. Alan Wayne's background in law and business administration proved invaluable in navigating the complex negotiations and legal requirements that corporate formation entailed. Yet his most important qualification was his deep understanding of family history and values that needed to be preserved through institutional change. The charter documents and corporate bylaws that Alan Wayne crafted for Wayne Enterprises were not merely legal technicalities, but philosophical statements about the proper relationship between private wealth and public responsibility, between individual success and community welfare, between short-term profit and long-term sustainability. The governance structures he established were designed to ensure that future leaders of the company would be accountable not only to shareholders, but also to the broader community that depended upon Wayne Enterprises for employment, charitable support, and civic leadership. The success of Alan Wayne's corporate consolidation efforts would be measured not only in financial terms, but also in the company's ability to maintain its commitment to social responsibility while operating in increasingly competitive and complex economic environments. The institutional framework he created would prove flexible enough to adapt to changing circumstances while remaining faithful to the core values that had defined Wayne family involvement in Gotham's development from the very beginning. Thus concludes this exploration of the Wayne family's colonial and early industrial foundations, a period that established patterns of noble ambition, tragic sacrifice, and systematic vision that would continue to shape the family's destiny through all the generations that followed. From Anthony Wayne's military valor through Charles Wayne's real estate genius, from Joshua Wayne's heroic death to Solomon Wayne's architectural legacy, from Alan Wayne's corporate consolidation to the countless untold stories of Wayne family members who contributed in smaller but equally important ways to the family's growing influence and responsibility, these early chapters established the foundation upon which all subsequent Wayne family history would be built. As the 19th century dawned upon the growing settlement that would become Gotham City, the Wayne family found themselves positioned at the epicenter of the great industrial transformation that would reshape not only their personal fortune, but the very character of American civilization itself. The foundations laid by their colonial ancestors had provided them with the land, capital, and political connections necessary to capitalize upon the tremendous opportunities that emerged as the nation expanded westward and technology revolutionized the means by which goods could be produced, transported, and distributed across vast distances that had previously seemed insurmountable. The Industrial Revolution that swept across America during this pivotal century was not merely a series of technological innovations or economic changes, but rather a fundamental transformation in the relationship between human labor and productive capacity, between individual ambition and collective prosperity, between traditional social structures and the new forms of organization that massive industrial enterprises required. For families like the Waynes, who possessed both the vision to recognize emerging opportunities and the resources necessary to exploit them effectively, this period represented a chance to accumulate wealth and influence on scales that previous generations could never have imagined. Yet the same forces that created unprecedented opportunities for those positioned to take advantage of them also generated new forms of social tension and moral complexity that would test the character and values of even the most well-intentioned industrial barons. The Wayne family's response to these challenges would establish patterns of behavior and institutional commitment that would define their legacy for generations to come, while also creating the conditions that would eventually give rise to the kind of urban environment that could nurture both the greatest heroism and the most dangerous villainy. The railroad enterprises that became the cornerstone of Wayne industrial wealth during the mid-19th century were not merely transportation businesses, but rather the arteries through which the lifeblood of American economic expansion would flow, connecting previously isolated communities to national markets, while also making possible the kind of large-scale industrial development that required reliable access to both raw materials and finished goods markets. The Wayne family's entry into railroad construction and operation was guided by the same strategic thinking that had characterized their earlier real estate investments, combining detailed analysis of geographic and economic factors with patient accumulation of the political relationships and financial resources that such massive undertakings required. The particular railroad lines that Wayne Enterprises developed were chosen not randomly, but according to careful study of regional transportation needs and the likely patterns of future economic development, with special attention to routes that would enhance the value of existing Wayne land holdings while also serving broader community interests. The construction of these railroad networks required enormous investments of capital and labor, yet the long-term returns they generated would provide the financial foundation for all subsequent Wayne family philanthropic and civic activities. The engineering challenges that railroad construction presented in the rocky and heavily forested terrain surrounding Gotham required innovative solutions that pushed the boundaries of contemporary construction technology, while also providing employment for thousands of workers whose skills and dedication made possible achievements that seemed almost miraculous to observers who remembered when travel between distant communities required weeks of dangerous journey through wilderness areas that offered little protection from natural hazards or human threats. The labor relations that characterized Wayne Railroad Enterprises reflected the family's evolving understanding of their responsibilities toward the workers whose efforts made their success possible. Though these relationships were not without tension and conflict, as economic pressures and competitive demands sometimes created conditions that tested the patience and endurance of even the most dedicated employees. The Wayne approach to managing large workforces was influenced by their recognition that sustainable business success required not only technical competence and financial resources, but also the ability to maintain cooperative relationships with the people whose daily efforts determined whether ambitious projects would ultimately succeed or fail. The steel manufacturing operations that the Waynes established to support their railroad construction activities soon grew into major industrial enterprises in their own right, taking advantage of abundant local iron ore deposits and the transportation networks that Wayne railroads provided. to create integrated production systems that could compete effectively with established industrial centers in other regions. The steel mills that rose along the rivers that fed into Gotham Harbor became symbols of the city's growing industrial might, while also providing employment for immigrant populations that were drawn to the region by the promise of steady work and the possibility of economic advancement that industrial employment offered. The technological innovations that Wayne Steel operations pioneered were not merely improvements in production efficiency, but also advances in worker safety and environmental protection that reflected the family's commitment to conducting business in ways that served broader community interests rather than merely maximizing short-term profits. The research and development efforts that Wayne Enterprises supported during this period contributed to fundamental advances in metallurgy and manufacturing processes that would benefit industrial development throughout the nation, while also establishing Wayne companies as leaders in the rest as leaders. Application of scientific principles to practical business problems. The environmental consequences of large-scale steel production were not ignored by Wayne family leadership, though the understanding of ecological relationships and long-term environmental effects was necessarily limited by the scientific knowledge available during the 19th century. The efforts that Wayne Enterprises made to minimize pollution and environmental degradation were motivated more by immediate concerns about public health and community relations than by comprehensive understanding of ecological systems. Yet they established precedents for corporate environmental responsibility that would prove important as scientific knowledge advanced and environmental concerns became more pressing. The Great Gotham Fire of 1867 represented both a catastrophic challenge to the city's continued development and an opportunity for Wayne Enterprises to demonstrate their commitment to community welfare through systematic efforts to support reconstruction and recovery that went far beyond what immediate business interests would have required. The fire, which began in the warehouse district near the harbor and spread rapidly through residential and commercial areas due to inadequate fire protection systems and unfortunate wind conditions, destroyed approximately 1/3 of the city's built environment while displacing thousands of families whose homes and businesses were consumed by the flames. The response that Wayne family leadership organized to address the immediate crisis created by the fire was not limited to protecting their own business interests, but encompassed comprehensive efforts to provide emergency shelter, food, and medical care for all affected residents, regardless of their economic status or previous relationship with Wayne Enterprises. The temporary housing facilities that Wayne companies constructed were designed not merely as emergency shelters, but as decent accommodations that preserved the dignity and privacy of displaced families while permanent reconstruction efforts were being organized and implemented. The reconstruction planning that Wayne Enterprises led following the fire was guided by lessons learned about urban design and fire prevention that would influence Gotham's physical development for decades to come, incorporating wider streets, improved water supply systems, and building codes that required fire-resistant construction materials and techniques. The new Gotham that emerged from the ashes of the old was not merely a rebuilt version of what had existed before, but rather a more systematically planned urban environment that reflected accumulated wisdom about how cities could be designed to support both economic prosperity and public safety. The political influence that the Wayne family exercised during the Reconstruction period was not employed merely to advance their own business interests, but rather to promote comprehensive planning approaches that would benefit the entire community, even when such approaches required short-term sacrifices of potential profits in favor of long-term community stability and prosperity. The relationships that Wayne family members cultivated with elected officials, civic leaders, and community organizations during this period established patterns of public-private cooperation that would characterize Gotham's approach to major civic challenges for generations to come. Yet even the most well-intentioned efforts to use private wealth for public benefit could not entirely avoid the moral complexities and unintended consequences that arose when individual families accumulated the kind of economic and political power that could shape entire communities according to their personal vision of proper development. The criticisms that some contemporaries directed toward Wayne's influence in Reconstruction planning reflected legitimate concerns about democratic governance and the appropriate limits of private power in public decision-making, even when that power was exercised with apparently benevolent intentions. The scandals and secrets that accumulated within Wayne family history during the industrial expansion period reflected the inevitable tensions between public reputation and private reality that characterized all prominent families during an era when enormous fortunes could be accumulated through business practices that would later be recognized as exploitative or corrupt, even when they were legal and widely accepted at the time they occurred. The Wayne family's efforts to maintain their reputation for integrity and social responsibility required constant vigilance against both external criticism and internal temptations that could compromise the values they claimed to represent. The illegitimate children and hidden relationships that emerged from Wayne family history during this period were not merely personal scandals, but also potential sources of legal and financial complications that could threaten the orderly transfer of wealth and responsibility from one generation to the next. The strategies that Wayne family leadership developed for managing these sensitive situations reflected both their commitment to protecting innocent parties from public embarrassment and their recognition that family reputation was itself a valuable asset that required careful management and protection. The business partnerships and political alliances that Wayne Enterprises formed during the industrial expansion period sometimes required relationships with individuals and organizations whose values and practices were not entirely compatible with the Wayne family's public commitment to ethical business conduct and social responsibility. The compromises and accommodations that such relationships required created moral grey areas that would provide ammunition for future critics, while also establishing precedents that would influence Wayne family decision-making for decades to come. The charitable and philanthropic activities that Wayne family members pursued during this period were not merely attempts to offset the negative social consequences of industrial development, but rather systematic efforts to address underlying social problems through institutional development and policy reform that would create lasting improvements in community welfare. The hospitals, schools, and cultural institutions that Wayne philanthropy supported were designed not as temporary palliatives for social problems, but as permanent additions to community infrastructure that would continue serving public needs long after the specific individuals who founded them had passed from the scene. The Wayne Foundation, though it would not receive formal incorporation and systematic organization until the 20th century, was already taking shape during the industrial expansion period through the coordination of various charitable activities and the development of systematic approaches to identifying and addressing community needs. The Foundation's early activities reflected the Wayne family's understanding that effective philanthropy required not merely generous financial contributions, but also careful analysis of social problems and strategic thinking about how private resources could most effectively supplement and support public institutions. The labor relations that characterized Wayne Enterprises during the later 19th century were complicated by the emergence of organized labor movements that challenged traditional assumptions about the relationship between employers and workers, while also creating new opportunities for cooperative problem-solving that could benefit all parties involved in industrial production. The strikes and labor disputes that occasionally disrupted Wayne operations were not merely conflicts over wages and working conditions, but also fundamental disagreements about the distribution of economic power and the rights and responsibilities that should characterize employment relationships in industrial societies. The response that Wayne family leadership developed to labor unrest reflected their recognition that sustainable business success required not only competitive products and efficient operations, but also cooperative relationships with workers whose skills and dedication were essential to continued prosperity. The profit-sharing programs and worker safety initiatives that Wayne Enterprises pioneered were motivated both by genuine concern for worker welfare and by practical understanding that satisfied employees were more productive, reliable than those who felt exploited or endangered by their working conditions. The political activities that various Wayne family members pursued during this period reflected their understanding that private business success was intimately connected to public policy decisions about taxation, regulation, and government investment in infrastructure and education that would determine the broader economic environment within which all businesses had to operate. The campaign contributions and lobbying efforts that Wayne Enterprises supported were not merely attempts to secure favorable treatment for their own interests, but also efforts to promote policies that would benefit the entire regional economy and the communities that depended upon its continued prosperity. The technological research and development activities that Wayne Enterprises supported during the industrial expansion period contributed to fundamental advances in manufacturing processes, transportation systems, and communication technologies that would benefit industrial development throughout the nation, while also establishing Wayne companies as leaders in the application of scientific principles to practical business problems. The laboratories and research facilities that Wayne Enterprises established attracted talented scientists and engineers whose work contributed not only to immediate business success, but also to the broader advancement of human knowledge and capability. The international business relationships that Wayne Enterprises developed during this period reflected the global nature of industrial markets and the opportunities that improved transportation and communication technologies created for companies that possessed the resources and expertise necessary to compete in international markets. The overseas investments and partnerships that Wayne companies pursued were not merely attempts to maximize profits, but also efforts to build relationships and understanding that would contribute to international peace and prosperity through expanded trade and cultural exchange. The architectural legacy that Wayne industrial wealth created during this period was not limited to the factories and office buildings that housed their business operations, but extended to the residential neighborhoods, cultural institutions, and public buildings that their philanthropy supported throughout the Gotham region. The architectural styles and urban planning principles that Wayne-supported projects employed reflected contemporary understanding of how built environments could influence social behavior and community development, though these efforts were not always successful in achieving their intended objectives. The environmental awareness that began to emerge within Wayne family thinking during the later 19th century reflected growing recognition that industrial development could have negative consequences for public health and natural systems that needed to be addressed through improved technology and more careful business practices. The pollution control measures and conservation efforts that Wayne Enterprises began implementing during this period were motivated both by regulatory requirements and by genuine concern for long-term community welfare that extended beyond immediate business interests. Thus concludes this examination of the Wayne family's industrial expansion during the transformative 19th century, a period that established the economic foundations and institutional frameworks that would support all subsequent Wayne family activities, while also creating the moral complexities and social responsibilities that would define their ongoing relationship with the city and region that their success had helped to shape. The wealth, influence, and obligations that this period created would provide both the resources and the challenges that future generations of Waynes would inherit as they sought to fulfill their family's evolving mission of using private success to serve broader public interests in an increasingly complex and demanding world. In the shadow-haunted annals of Gotham's founding families, where bloodlines carry both blessing and curse through generations uncounted, there exists no lineage more tragically intertwined with the forces of madness and supernatural malevolence than the House of Arkham. Their story begins not in the relative comfort of colonial prosperity that marked the early Wayne legacy, but in the wild and primitive settlements of the 17th century, where superstition and reality danced together in ways that would leave permanent scars upon the family's destiny and create the foundation for horrors that would echo through the centuries like a bell tolling endlessly for the damned. The name Arkham first appears in the colonial records of what would eventually become Gotham, during an era when the boundary between civilization and wilderness was measured not in miles, but in the flickering radius of firelight against the encroaching darkness of an untamed continent. These were the years when European settlers struggled to establish footholds in a land that seemed actively hostile to their presence, where harsh winters, dangerous wildlife, and the understandable resistance of indigenous peoples created an environment of constant tension and fear that shaped the character of those strong enough or stubborn enough to survive. Ezekiel Arkham arrived in the New World, carrying with him the accumulated weight of Old World learning and Old World prejudices. A man whose education and religious convictions should have made him a natural leader among the struggling colonists, yet whose rigid thinking and inflexible morality would ultimately contribute to tragedies that would stain his family's reputation for all the generations that followed. His role as one of the founders of the colonial settlement that would eventually grow into Gotham City represented the fulfillment of dreams of prosperity and religious freedom that had motivated countless Europeans to risk everything in pursuit of new opportunities in an unknown land. The settlement that Ezekiel Arkham helped to establish was built upon principles of godly living and mutual cooperation that were intended to create a community that would serve as a beacon of Christian virtue in the wilderness. Yet the harsh realities of frontier life and the psychological stresses of constant danger and uncertainty created conditions that would test even the strongest faith and most generous spirit. The communal structures and shared responsibilities that sustained the settlement through its early years also created opportunities for suspicion and resentment to flourish when individuals failed to meet the exacting standards that survival seemed to require. The religious fervor that characterized colonial life during this period was not merely a source of comfort and guidance for people facing extraordinary challenges, but also a lens through which ordinary human failings and unusual circumstances could be interpreted as evidence of supernatural influences and divine judgment. The Puritan worldview that dominated many early settlements included strong beliefs about the reality of witchcraft and the constant battle between godly and demonic forces that shaped human affairs, creating intellectual frameworks that could transform personal conflicts and social tensions into matters of cosmic significance. The witchcraft hysteria that would ultimately consume Ezekiel Arkham's sister was not an isolated outbreak of superstitious madness, but rather the inevitable result of social and psychological pressures that had been building within The community for years, fueled by crop failures, Indian raids, and the kind of interpersonal conflicts that arise when people with different backgrounds and expectations are forced to depend upon one another for survival under extremely stressful conditions. The accusations and trials that followed represented both genuine belief in supernatural threats and convenient opportunities to settle old scores and eliminate troublesome community members. Amity Arkham, whose fate would cast a shadow over her family's destiny for centuries to come, was, by all contemporary accounts, a woman of unusual intelligence and independence who possessed knowledge of herbal medicine and folk remedies that made her invaluable to a community with limited access to formal medical care. Her understanding of plants and their properties, combined with an intuitive grasp of human psychology that allowed her to provide counsel and comfort to those in distress, marked her as someone whose abilities transcended the ordinary skills expected of colonial women. Yet the very qualities that made Amity Arkham valuable to her community also made her suspect in the eyes of those who feared anything that deviated from strict social and religious norms, particularly when that deviation involved forms of knowledge and power that were traditionally associated with feminine wisdom and natural understanding, rather than masculine authority and revealed religion. The healing practices that Amity employed drew upon traditions that predated Christian settlement of the region, incorporating elements of folk wisdom and intuitive understanding that could easily be interpreted as evidence of supernatural assistance. The accusations that were eventually brought against Amity Arkham reflected not only religious paranoia and social tension, but also the particular vulnerabilities that faced women who possessed knowledge or abilities that set them apart from their neighbors, especially when economic hardship or personal conflicts created conditions where someone needed to be blamed for misfortunes that were actually the result of natural causes or human failures. The specific charges that were leveled against her included practicing witchcraft, consorting with demons, and using supernatural powers to harm her neighbors, accusations that carried the death penalty under colonial law. The trial that sealed Amity Arkham's fate was conducted according to legal procedures that were considered proper and thorough by the standards of the time, yet which reflected fundamental misconceptions about evidence and causation that made conviction almost inevitable once accusations had been made by individuals whose testimony was considered credible by the court. The evidence presented against Amity included testimony about unusual events and inexplicable occurrences that had been observed in her presence, as well as confessions extracted from other accused witches who implicated her in their own supposed supernatural activities. The torture and execution that ended Amity Arkham's life were carried out with the solemn conviction that justice was being served and the community was being protected from genuine supernatural threats. Yet the methods employed reflected a brutality and systematic cruelty that revealed how easily religious conviction could be used to justify acts of horrifying violence against innocent victims. The burning that consumed her body was witnessed by hundreds of colonists who believed they were observing the destruction of evil and the triumph of godly authority over demonic influence. Yet Amity Arkham's death was not simply the tragic end of an innocent woman's life, but also the beginning of a supernatural legacy that would haunt her family for generations to come. For in her final moments, she spoke words that were recorded by witnesses and preserved in court documents that would survive long after the passions and fears that had motivated her persecution had been forgotten by mainstream history. The curse that she pronounced upon her executioners and their descendants was not merely an expression of understandable rage and despair, but a formal invocation of supernatural forces that possessed the power to influence events across centuries of time. The specific terms of Amity Arkham's curse were directed not only at the individuals who had been directly responsible for her persecution, but also at their families and the community that had allowed such injustice to occur, promising that madness and tragedy would follow in the wake of her death until justice was finally achieved through the suffering of those who had caused her suffering. The words she spoke were recorded in archaic language that reflected both her education and the formal structure of supernatural invocations, creating a document that would be studied and interpreted by scholars and occultists for generations to come. The immediate aftermath of Amity Arkham's execution was marked by a series of unfortunate events and unexplained phenomena that seemed to validate her final prophecy, including crop failures, livestock deaths, and a pattern of accidents and illnesses that affected many of the individuals who had been most actively involved in her persecution. While rational explanations could be found for most of these occurrences, the timing and frequency of the problems created an atmosphere of unease and regret that gradually undermined confidence in the justice of the proceedings that had led to her death. The psychological impact of Amity's curse upon her surviving family members was profound and lasting, creating a legacy of guilt, fear, and supernatural dread that would influence every subsequent generation of Arkhams and shape their understanding of their place in the world. Ezekiel Arkham, who had been unable to save his sister despite his position and influence within the community, was consumed by remorse and self-doubt that gradually eroded his faith and his ability to function as a community leader, leading to a gradual withdrawal from public life, an increasing preoccupation with supernatural and occult studies. The mansion that Ezekiel Arkham constructed in the years following his sister's death was designed not merely as a family residence, but also as a fortress against the supernatural forces that he believed had been unleashed by her curse, incorporating architectural elements and symbolic protections that reflected his growing expertise in occult traditions and his desperate hope that proper precautions might protect his descendants from the fate that had been pronounced upon them. The building's Gothic design and elaborate defensive features would eventually provide the foundation for the institution that would bear the Arkham name and house Gotham's most dangerous criminals. The grounds surrounding the original Arkham mansion were carefully planned to include gardens and landscaping that served both practical and magical purposes, incorporating plants and design elements that were believed to provide protection against supernatural influences, while also creating an environment that would support the contemplative study and spiritual practices that Ezekiel hoped would eventually break the curse that threatened his family. The isolation and forbidding atmosphere that characterized the Arkham estate reflected not antisocial tendencies, but rather a desperate attempt to create a sanctuary where his descendants might find safety from forces beyond ordinary human understanding. The library that Ezekiel Arkham assembled within his mansion represented one of the most comprehensive collections of occult and supernatural texts available anywhere in colonial America, including works on witchcraft, demonology, and supernatural phenomena that had been banned or discouraged by religious authorities, but which he believed were essential for understanding and potentially countering the forces that threatened his family. The knowledge contained within these volumes would prove to be both a resource and a burden for subsequent generations of Arkhams, who inherited both the collection and the responsibility for dealing with its dangerous contents. The centuries that passed between Amity Arkham's execution and the birth of Amadeus Arkham saw the gradual evolution of her family from colonial founders into one of Gotham's most prominent yet troubled bloodlines, marked by recurring patterns of mental illness, supernatural experiences, and tragic early deaths that seemed to confirm the reality and persistence of the curse that she had pronounced upon her persecutors. Each generation of Arkhams produced individuals of exceptional intelligence and capability who seemed destined for great achievements, yet who were ultimately destroyed by psychological problems and unexplained phenomena that rational analysis could never adequately address. The Arkham estate, which had been intended as a refuge from supernatural influences, gradually became instead a focal point for strange occurrences and unexplained phenomena that attracted the attention of scholars, investigators, and curiosity seekers from throughout the region, establishing the family's reputation as keepers of dangerous knowledge and victims of forces beyond ordinary human comprehension. The mansion's Gothic architecture and isolated location made it a natural setting for ghost stories and supernatural legends that added to the family's mystique, while also ensuring that they would never be fully accepted by Gotham's more conventional social circles. The wealth that sustained the Arkham family through the centuries was derived not from successful business enterprises or political achievements like the Wayne fortune, but rather from careful management of inherited assets and the kind of investments that could be maintained with minimal personal involvement, reflecting the family's tendency toward withdrawal from active participation in community affairs and their focus on private studies and personal struggles with supernatural influences. Their financial resources, while substantial, were always secondary to their intellectual and spiritual pursuits. Elizabeth Arkham, who would become the mother of Amadeus Arkham and the immediate inspiration for his life's work, represented both the culmination of her family's tragic history and the beginning of a new chapter that would transform private suffering into public service through the creation of institutions designed to help others who struggled with similar afflictions. Her life story embodied all the patterns of brilliance, madness, and supernatural sensitivity that had characterized the Arkham bloodline since Amity's curse, yet her son's response to her condition would ultimately create something positive and constructive from generations of accumulated tragedy. The mental illness that consumed Elizabeth Arkham during the later years of her life was not merely a medical condition, but also a window into supernatural realities that remained hidden from ordinary perception, allowing her to see and experience phenomena that were invisible to her family and caregivers, yet which seemed to confirm the continued operation of the curse that had been pronounced centuries earlier. Her ravings and delusions included detailed descriptions of supernatural entities and otherworldly landscapes that possessed a consistency and internal logic that suggested genuine visionary experiences rather than simple psychological dysfunction. The progressive deterioration of Elizabeth Arkham's mental condition created enormous stress and heartbreak for her family, particularly her son Amadeus, who was forced to watch helplessly as the woman who had raised and educated him gradually lost contact with ordinary reality and became lost in worlds of terror and confusion that he could neither understand nor access. The traditional medical treatments available during the 19th century were not only ineffective for her condition, but often seemed to make her suffering worse, leading Amadeus to seek alternative approaches that would eventually inspire his revolutionary work in psychiatric treatment. The decision to help end his mother's suffering through what would now be recognized as assisted suicide was not made lightly by Amadeus Arkham, but rather represented the culmination of years of careful observation and agonizing consideration of alternatives, all of which had proved inadequate to provide meaningful relief from her mental anguish. The act itself was motivated not by callousness or impatience, but by profound love and compassion for a woman whose brilliant mind had been destroyed by forces that medical science could neither understand nor effectively combat. The inheritance that Amadeus Arkham received following his mother's death included not only the family's accumulated wealth and the Gothic mansion that had housed generations of troubled Arkhams, but also the moral obligation to transform his personal experience with mental illness into something that could benefit others who suffered from similar conditions. The decision to convert the family estate into a psychiatric facility represented both a practical use of existing resources and a symbolic transformation of a place associated with private tragedy into an institution dedicated to public healing and hope. Arkham Asylum, as the institution came to be known, was founded upon principles of compassionate treatment and scientific inquiry that represented significant advances over the brutal and ineffective methods that characterized most 19th century approaches to mental illness. Yet the building's history and the supernatural influences that seemed to permeate its walls ensured that it would never be simply another medical facility, but would instead become a focal point for the kind of extreme psychological phenomena and dangerous criminal behavior that reflected Gotham's unique character and troubled destiny. The architectural modifications that Amadeus Arkham made to his family's mansion in order to transform it into a psychiatric facility were guided both by contemporary understanding of therapeutic environments and by his family's accumulated knowledge of supernatural influences and protective measures, creating a unique institution that combined cutting-edge medical treatment with ancient wisdom about the management of otherworldly forces. The cells, treatment rooms, and common areas that he designed reflected careful attention to both the practical needs of patients and staff and the special requirements that were necessary for containing individuals whose conditions might involve supernatural elements as well as psychological dysfunction. The staff that Amadeus Arkham recruited for his asylum included not only trained medical professionals and experienced caregivers, but also individuals who possessed unusual sensitivity to supernatural phenomena and the kind of specialized knowledge that was necessary for dealing with patients whose conditions exceeded the boundaries of conventional psychiatric categories. The hiring practices and training programs that he established reflected his understanding that effective treatment of severe mental illness required not only clinical expertise, but also wisdom about the full range of forces that could influence human consciousness and behavior. The early years of Arkham Asylum's operation were marked by genuine success in treating patients whose conditions had been considered hopeless by conventional medical standards. Yet these achievements were shadowed by recurring incidents and unexplained phenomena that suggested the continued influence of supernatural forces that had been associated with the Arkham family for generations. The cure rates and patient outcomes that the asylum achieved were impressive by contemporary standards, yet the staff turnover and the psychological stress experienced by caregivers indicated that working within the institution carried risks that extended beyond ordinary occupational hazards. The gradual deterioration of Amadeus Arkham's own mental condition was not immediately apparent to his colleagues and patients, developing slowly over years of exposure to the accumulated psychological and supernatural influences that permeated the institution he had created. The dedication and compassion that had motivated his work with mentally ill patients gradually became obsessive preoccupation with particular cases and theoretical problems, while his scientific objectivity was gradually undermined by increasingly personal and emotional responses to the suffering he witnessed daily. The transformation of Amadeus Arkham from compassionate healer into mentally ill patient represented the ultimate tragedy of his family's cursed history. Yet, his confinement within his own institution also provided him with unique insights into the nature of madness and the relationship between supernatural influences and psychological dysfunction that would contribute to advances in sight, understanding even as they destroyed his ability to function as a physician and administrator. His detailed journals and case notes from this period provide disturbing but valuable documentation of the subjective experience of mental illness from the perspective of someone with extensive clinical training and theoretical knowledge. The decision to confine Amadeus Arkham within his own asylum was made reluctantly by colleagues who recognized both the necessity of protecting him from further harm and the symbolic significance of his imprisonment within the walls he had, designed to contain others afflicted with similar conditions. The irony of his situation was not lost on contemporary observers, who saw in his fate confirmation of the Arkham family's tragic destiny and evidence that some forms of mental illness might indeed be hereditary conditions that could not be escaped through education, good intentions, or professional expertise. Jeremiah Arkham, the grandnephew who eventually inherited control of the asylum and responsibility for continuing its mission, represented the next generation of his family's struggle with the psychological and supernatural forces that had shaped their destiny since Amity's curse. Yet his own eventual descent into madness followed patterns that were by now tragically familiar to anyone who had studied the Arkham family history. His initial success in modernizing and expanding the asylum's facilities and treatment programs seemed to suggest that the family curse might finally be weakening, yet the psychological pressures and supernatural influences that had destroyed his predecessors ultimately proved too powerful for him to resist. The administrative improvements that Jeremiah Arkham implemented during his tenure as asylum director included updated security systems, expanded research facilities, and new treatment programs that incorporated the latest advances in psychiatric medicine and therapeutic technique. Yet, these rational and scientific approaches were gradually undermined by his increasing preoccupation with occult theories and supernatural explanations for the extreme cases that the asylum continued to attract. His professional competence and personal stability were eroded by the same forces that had claimed previous generations of Arkham administrators. The pattern of madness that seemed to inevitably claim Arkham family members who worked within the asylum raised disturbing questions about the relationship between environment and heredity in the development of mental illness, as well as about the possibility that some locations or institutions might possess supernatural properties that could influence the psychological well-being of those who lived or worked within them for extended periods. The recurring cycle of brilliant, dedicated administrators becoming patients within their own institution suggested factors that exceeded conventional understanding of occupational stress or genetic predisposition to mental illness. The comparison between the Wayne and Arkham family histories reveals the profound differences that could emerge between bloodlines that originated in similar colonial circumstances, yet followed very different trajectories through the centuries that followed, with the Waynes generally achieving success and social prominence, while the Arkhams struggled with madness and supernatural persecution, despite possessing comparable intelligence and educational advantages. The yin and yang relationship between success and tragedy that characterized their parallel development would eventually bring the two families together through marriage, creating new possibilities for both redemption and catastrophe. The accumulated weight of Arkham family history, with its recurring patterns of brilliance destroyed by madness and good intentions perverted by supernatural influences, created a legacy that would profoundly influence the character and destiny of any individual who inherited both the family name and the psychological and spiritual burdens that accompanied it. The knowledge, resources, and institutional connections that came with Arkham heritage were balanced by obligations and dangers that could destroy even the strongest and most well-intentioned individuals who attempted to carry on the family's mission of understanding and treating severe mental illness. Thus concludes this exploration of the Arkham family's dark and troubled history, a chronicle of supernatural persecution, hereditary madness, and noble intentions corrupted by forces beyond ordinary human understanding that would eventually intersect with Wayne family destiny through the fateful marriage that would produce Bruce Wayne and bind together two of Gotham's most influential, yet tragically burdened bloodlines in ways that would reshape the city's future and create the conditions necessary for both its greatest heroism and its most dangerous villainy. In the elegant drawing rooms and shadowed corridors of 19th century Gotham society, where bloodlines carried the weight of centuries and marriage alliances were forged, not merely from affection, but from the careful calculation of social advantage and inherited obligation, there emerged a love story that would challenge every assumption about mental illness, family reputation, and the possibility that two souls marked by tragedy might find solace and strength in their shared understanding of darkness. The union between Martha Arkham and Thomas Wayne represented far more than the joining of two prominent families. It embodied the hope that love could triumph over the accumulated curses and sorrows that had defined both their ancestral legacies. Martha Arkham's childhood unfolded within the Gothic walls of the family estate that would eventually house Arkham Asylum, surrounded by the accumulated weight of supernatural dread and familial madness that had shaped her bloodline since the 17th century execution of Amity Arkham, whose dying curse continued to manifest itself through generations of mental illness and unexplained phenomena that defied rational explanation. The young girl who would someday become the mother of Bruce Wayne grew up knowing that her family name carried with it not only social prominence and considerable wealth, but also a legacy of psychological instability that had claimed the sanity and lives of countless relatives who had struggled against forces beyond ordinary human comprehension. The earliest signs of Martha's inheritance of the Arkham family's psychological burden appeared during her adolescent years, when the natural stresses and emotional turbulence of growing up were compounded by experiences that seemed to confirm the reality of supernatural influences that had haunted her bloodline for generations. The episodes of depression and anxiety that began to affect her during this period were not merely the common emotional difficulties that many young people experience, but rather manifestations of deeper psychological and spiritual vulnerabilities that reflected her family's unique susceptibility to forces that existed at the intersection of mental illness and otherworldly influence. The hallucinations and delusions that accompanied Martha's psychological episodes included vivid encounters with apparitions and supernatural entities that possessed the same consistency and internal logic that had characterized similar experiences reported by previous generations of Arkham family members, suggesting that her condition might involve genuine sensitivity to otherworldly phenomena rather than simple psychiatric dysfunction. The voices that spoke to her during her worst moments carried knowledge and insights that exceeded her own education and experience, while the visions that tormented her sleep included detailed information about historical events and hidden secrets that she could not have acquired through normal means. The family's response to Martha's developing mental illness reflected both their accumulated experience with similar conditions and their desperate hope that modern medical treatment might succeed where traditional approaches had consistently failed, leading them to consult with the most respected physicians and alienists available, while also maintaining the kind of secrecy that was necessary to protect both Martha's personal privacy and the family's social reputation. The treatments that were attempted included not only conventional medical interventions, but also experimental therapies and alternative approaches that drew upon the family's extensive knowledge of occult traditions and supernatural remedies. The decision to seek treatment for Martha within the walls of Arkham Asylum represented both a practical recognition of the institution's reputation for advanced therapeutic methods and a symbolic acknowledgement that her condition was Blake, intimately connected to the family history and supernatural, influences that had shaped the asylum's character since its founding. The facility that had been created by Amadeus Arkham as a monument to compassionate treatment of mental illness had evolved into something far more complex and dangerous. Yet it remained the institution best equipped to address conditions that exceeded the boundaries of conventional psychiatric categories. Martha's experience as a patient within her own family's asylum provided her with unique insights into the nature of mental illness and the relationship between psychological dysfunction and supernatural sensitivity that would profoundly influence her understanding of her own condition and her approach to managing the symptoms that would continue to affect her throughout her life. The treatments she received included not only standard medical interventions, but also specialized therapies that had been developed specifically for patients whose conditions seemed to involve otherworldly elements as well as clinical, psychiatric symptoms. The therapeutic approaches that proved most effective for Martha's condition were those that acknowledged both the psychological and supernatural dimensions of her experiences, treating her visions and auditory hallucinations not as simple delusions to be suppressed, but as genuine perceptions that required careful interpretation and management rather than outright dismissal. The physicians and counselors who worked with her during her hospitalization were selected not only for their clinical expertise, but also for their openness to theories and treatment methods that conventional medical training did not address. The gradual recovery that Martha achieved during her time at Arkham Asylum was not a simple cure or elimination of her psychological vulnerabilities, but rather a complex process of learning to understand and manage her condition in ways that allowed her to function effectively, while remaining aware of the supernatural sensitivities that would always be part of her psychological makeup. The stability that she eventually attained was built upon careful attention to environmental factors, social relationships, and spiritual practices that helped her maintain equilibrium between her ordinary human consciousness and the otherworldly awareness that made her vulnerable to experiences that could overwhelm those who lacked proper preparation and support. The social stigma that surrounded mental illness during the 19th century made Martha's recovery and reintegration into Gotham society a delicate process that required not only her own courage and determination, but also the support of family members and friends who were willing to look beyond contemporary prejudices and superstitions to recognize her fundamental humanity and worth. The whispers and speculation that followed her release from the asylum created ongoing challenges that she would need to navigate throughout her adult life. Yet they also strengthened her resolve to prove that mental illness need not define or limit an individual's potential for meaningful contributions to family and community. The education and personal development that Martha pursued following her release from Arkham Asylum reflected both her intellectual curiosity and her determination to make productive use of the insights and experiences that her psychological struggles had provided, leading her to study subjects ranging from literature and philosophy to medicine and social reform that would prepare her for active participation in the philanthropic and cultural activities that characterized elite society in Gotham. The knowledge she acquired during this period of intensive learning was enhanced by her unique perspective on human suffering and the resilience that individuals could develop when faced with seemingly impossible challenges. The social activities and cultural events that marked Martha's return to active participation in Gotham society were carefully chosen to demonstrate both her recovery and her commitment to using her experiences constructively. Yet they were also opportunities for her to observe and assess potential romantic partners who might possess the understanding and strength necessary to build a successful marriage with someone whose psychological history included the kind of challenges that would intimidate less courageous individuals. The relationships that she formed during this period were tested by her honesty about her past struggles and her realistic assessment of the ongoing responsibilities that any future husband would need to accept. The contrast between Martha Arkham's actual history and the traditional Martha Kane backstory that had characterized earlier versions of the Wayne family legend reflects fundamental differences in how mental illness and family tragedy were understood and portrayed across different eras of storytelling, with the Arkham connection providing opportunities for more complex and psychologically sophisticated exploration of the factors that shaped the Wayne family's destiny. The Kane family background, while providing its own forms of dramatic interest through themes of rival families and star-crossed love, lacked the supernatural and psychological depth that the Arkham connection brought to the story of Bruce Wayne's inheritance. The Kane version of Martha's background emphasized economic competition and social rivalry between prominent Gotham families, creating a Romeo and Juliet dynamic that highlighted themes of love, conquering social obstacles, while avoiding the more challenging questions about mental illness, hereditary psychological vulnerabilities, and the relationship between supernatural influences and human consciousness that the Arkham connection forced characters and audiences to confront. The traditional backstory provided clear villains and straightforward conflicts that could be resolved through courage and determination, while the Arkham heritage created moral ambiguity and psychological complexity that resisted simple solutions. The decision to transform Martha Kane into Martha Arkham in more recent interpretations of the Batman mythology reflects evolving understanding of psychological trauma, hereditary mental illness, and the importance of addressing mental health issues openly, rather than hiding them behind euphemisms and social pretenses that ultimately serve no constructive purpose, while creating additional burdens for individuals and families who are already struggling with difficult challenges. The Arkham connection allows for more honest and nuanced exploration of the ways that psychological inheritance can influence family dynamics and individual development across multiple generations. The meeting between Martha Arkham and Thomas Wayne occurred during a period when both individuals were actively involved in Gotham's cultural and philanthropic communities, providing them with opportunities to observe each other's character and values in contexts that revealed their fundamental compatibility, despite the obvious differences in their family backgrounds and personal histories. The attraction that developed between them was based not only on physical and emotional compatibility, but also on mutual respect for each other's intelligence, compassion, and commitment to using their respective advantages to benefit others who faced greater challenges and fewer opportunities. Thomas Wayne's response to learning about Martha's psychological history and her time as a patient at Arkham Asylum demonstrated both his medical training and his personal character, as he approached her revelations with the kind of scientific curiosity and human compassion that his profession demanded, while also showing the emotional courage necessary to build a relationship with someone whose past included experiences that many potential suitors would have found too threatening or complicated to accept. His understanding of mental illness from a clinical perspective helped him recognize that Martha's recovery represented genuine healing rather than temporary remission, while his personal feelings for her motivated him to learn everything necessary to provide the support and understanding that their relationship would require. The courtship that developed between Martha and Thomas was characterized by unusual honesty and openness about personal vulnerabilities and family obligations that would affect their potential future together, creating a foundation of mutual trust and understanding that would prove essential during the challenges and crises that would test their marriage in the years that followed. Their conversations during this period addressed not only the practical considerations that any engagement would require, but also the deeper questions about identity, purpose, and the possibility of creating something positive and meaningful from the intersection of their very different, yet equally complex family legacies. The opposition that some members of both families expressed regarding the proposed marriage reflected not only contemporary prejudices about mental illness, but also legitimate concerns about the practical challenges that such a union would create, and the potential risks that the Arkham family's supernatural heritage might pose to future generations. The Wayne family's reservations were motivated primarily by protective instincts and desire to avoid complications that could damage their social standing, while Arkham family concerns focused more on whether Thomas possessed sufficient understanding and strength to cope with the ongoing responsibilities that marriage to Martha would entail. The wedding ceremony that united Martha Arkham and Thomas Wayne was conducted with appropriate dignity and celebration, yet it was also marked by the kind of underlying tension and complex emotions that reflected the unusual circumstances and family histories that had brought them together. The guests who attended represented not only the social and economic elite of Gotham society, but also physicians, researchers, and other individuals whose professional expertise or personal experience had prepared them to understand and support a marriage that challenged conventional assumptions about mental illness, family inheritance, and the possibility of building successful relationships despite significant psychological challenges. The early years of Martha and Thomas Wayne's marriage were characterized by careful attention to maintaining the environmental and social conditions that supported Martha's psychological stability, while also pursuing the professional and philanthropic activities that both partners found meaningful and fulfilling. Their household routines and social activities were structured to minimize stress and maximize the kinds of positive experiences that contributed to Martha's ongoing mental health, yet they were also designed to allow both spouses to maintain their individual interests and continue their respective contributions to Gotham's medical, cultural, and charitable institutions. The pregnancy that would eventually result in Bruce Wayne's birth represented both the fulfillment of the couple's hopes for a family and a source of considerable anxiety about the possibility that Arkham family psychological vulnerabilities might be transmitted to the next generation, creating new challenges and responsibilities that would require careful planning and ongoing vigilance to address effectively. The medical care and emotional support that Martha received during her pregnancy reflected both contemporary understanding of prenatal health and specific precautions that her psychological history made necessary, while the preparations for parenthood included consideration of how family heritage and genetic inheritance might influence their child's development. The birth of Bruce Wayne was celebrated as a triumph not only for his parents but also for the possibility that love, understanding, and proper care might enable future generations to transcend the psychological and supernatural burdens that had characterized both the Wayne and Arkham family histories, creating hope that their son might inherit the best qualities of both bloodlines while avoiding the tragic patterns that had claimed so many of their ancestors. The infant who would someday become Batman was welcomed into a family that understood both the privileges and responsibilities of wealth and social position, yet which also possessed hard-won wisdom about the complexities of human psychology and the importance of maintaining careful balance between public obligations and private needs. Martha's approach to motherhood was informed by her personal experience with mental illness and her understanding of the environmental and relational factors that could either support or undermine psychological stability, leading her to create routines and relationships for Bruce that would provide him with security and affection, while also preparing him to cope with whatever challenges his heritage might eventually present. The parenting philosophy that she and Thomas developed emphasized not only intellectual and moral development, but also emotional resilience and self-awareness that would serve their son well, regardless of what path his life might take. The ongoing management of Martha's psychological condition throughout their marriage required continuous attention to factors ranging from sleep patterns and social activities to spiritual practices and environmental influences that could affect her mental state. Yet this vigilance was balanced by determination to maintain as normal and fulfilling a family life as possible, while acknowledging the realities of her condition. The strategies that she and Thomas developed for recognizing and responding to changes in her mental state represented a collaborative approach to mental health management that was unusually sophisticated for their historical period. Thus concludes this exploration of Martha Arkham's complex legacy, a story that transforms the traditional Wayne family narrative from a simple tale of wealth and tragedy into a more nuanced examination of how love, understanding, and careful attention to mental health needs can create stability and meaning, even within the context of inherited psychological vulnerabilities and supernatural influences that resist easy explanation or simple solutions, providing the foundation upon which the future Dark Knight would build his own understanding of justice, compassion, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness that defines the human condition. In the annals of Gotham's medical history, where the intersection of scientific advancement and social responsibility created legends that would echo through generations of healing and service, there emerged a figure whose name would become synonymous with both the highest aspirations of the healing arts and the tragic complexities that arise when good intentions encounter the corrupting influences of power and desperation. Thomas Wayne represented the embodiment of everything that the medical profession claimed to value, yet his story would ultimately reveal how even the most noble and dedicated individuals could find themselves compromising their principles when faced with impossible choices between competing moral obligations. The young man who would become one of Gotham's most respected physicians began his journey toward medical excellence during an era when the practice of medicine was undergoing fundamental transformation from an art based primarily upon tradition and intuition into a science grounded in systematic observation, experimental research, and rigorous training that prepared practitioners to address human suffering with unprecedented effectiveness. Thomas Wayne's entry into medical school occurred at a moment when new discoveries in anatomy, physiology, and pharmacology were revolutionizing understanding of disease and treatment, creating opportunities for ambitious young doctors to make contributions that would benefit countless patients while also establishing their own professional reputations. The academic excellence that characterized Thomas Wayne's medical education reflected not only his natural intelligence and dedication to learning, but also his genuine compassion for human suffering and his determination to master every aspect of medical knowledge that might enable him to provide more effective treatment for patients whose conditions challenged conventional therapeutic approaches. His professors noted with approval that he approached his studies with the kind of systematic thoroughness and intellectual curiosity that distinguished future leaders in the medical profession from those who would be content with merely competent practice according to established routines and accepted procedures. The specialization in surgery that Thomas Wayne pursued during his advanced training was motivated by his recognition that surgical intervention often provided the most direct and effective means of addressing conditions that could not be resolved through medication or conservative treatment alone. Yet his approach to surgical practice was always informed by deep understanding of the patient as a complete human being, rather than simply a collection of anatomical structures requiring mechanical repair. His surgical techniques were characterized by precision and innovation that reflected not only technical skill, but also artistic sensibility and profound respect for the complexity and dignity of the human body. The reputation that Thomas Wayne established during his early years of surgical practice was built upon a combination of exceptional technical competence and unusual dedication to patient care that extended far beyond the operating room to encompass comprehensive attention to the social, emotional, and financial factors that influenced recovery and long-term outcomes. His patients included not only wealthy individuals who could afford the best available medical care, but also working-class families and indigent cases who received the same meticulous attention and innovative treatment that he provided to his most socially prominent clients. The innovations in surgical technique that Thomas Wayne developed during his career reflected his willingness to challenge established procedures when patient outcomes could be improved through careful experimentation and systematic, quote, evaluation of results. Yet his approach to medical innovation was always tempered by appropriate caution and thorough consideration of potential risks that untested procedures might create. The surgical instruments and methods that bore his name represented genuine advances in medical knowledge that were adopted by colleagues throughout the region and beyond, contributing to improvements in patient care that extended far beyond his own practice. The teaching responsibilities that Thomas Wayne accepted at Gotham's Medical College provided him with opportunities to share his knowledge and experience with future generations of physicians, while also maintaining contact with the college, latest developments in medical research and training that could be incorporated into his own practice. His lectures and clinical demonstrations were noted for their clarity and practical applicability, yet they were also marked by emphasis on ethical considerations and social responsibilities that many contemporary medical educators overlooked in their focus on technical competence and professional advancement. The research projects that Thomas Wayne pursued alongside his clinical practice addressed both theoretical questions about disease mechanisms and practical problems that affected patient care in his hospital and private practice, leading to publications in medical journals that established his reputation as a scholar as well as a practitioner, while also contributing to the broader advancement of medical knowledge. His laboratory work and clinical studies reflected the same systematic approach and attention to detail that characterized his surgical practice, yet they were also motivated by genuine curiosity about biological processes and determination to find better ways of helping patients who suffered from conditions that conventional treatment could not adequately address. The wealth that Thomas Wayne inherited from his family's business enterprises provided him with unusual freedom to pursue medical practice according to his own ethical standards, rather than being constrained by purely financial considerations. Yet this advantage also created obligations and expectations that sometimes conflicted with his professional responsibilities and personal values. The Wayne family's prominence in Gotham society meant that Thomas's medical career was always conducted under public scrutiny that made every decision and outcome a matter of potential controversy, while the family's business interests created relationships and dependencies that could influence his medical judgment in ways that conflicted with his professional ethics. The philanthropic activities that Thomas Wayne pursued through the Wayne Foundation reflected his understanding that individual excellence in medical practice was insufficient to address the broader social and economic factors that contributed to illness and suffering throughout Gotham's population, leading him to support public health initiatives, medical research, and healthcare infrastructure development that would benefit entire communities rather than just individual patients. His approach to medical philanthropy was informed by his clinical experience and his understanding of the systemic problems that created barriers to healthcare access for working class and poor families. The political interests that gradually began to occupy more of Thomas Wayne's attention during the middle years of his career emerged from his growing awareness that many of the health problems he encountered in his medical practice were rooted in social and economic conditions that could only be addressed through systematic policy changes and governmental action rather than individual treatment and private charity. His involvement in municipal politics was motivated not by personal ambition for power, but by genuine conviction that physicians had professional obligations to advocate for public policies that would improve community health and reduce the social inequalities that contributed to unnecessary suffering. The mayoral campaign that would ultimately define Thomas Wayne's public legacy represented his attempt to apply the same systematic analysis and problem-solving approach that had made him successful in medical practice to the complex challenges of urban governance and social reform. Yet the political arena proved to be far more complicated and morally ambiguous than the hospital operating room, where clear objectives and established procedures provided guidance for difficult decisions. The transition from medical practice to political leadership required skills and compromises that conflicted with the ethical clarity that had always guided his professional behavior. The urban renewal plans that formed the centerpiece of Thomas Wayne's political platform were developed through careful study of Gotham's social and economic problems, incorporating insights from his medical practice and his philanthropic work to create comprehensive proposals for addressing poverty, crime, and public health issues that conventional political approaches had failed to resolve effectively. His vision of urban reform was informed by understanding of the relationships between environmental conditions, social structures, and individual health outcomes that his medical experience had provided. Yet, the implementation of these reforms would require political support and compromise that proved more challenging than he had anticipated. The opposition that Thomas Wayne's political campaign encountered came not only from rival candidates and their supporters, but also from established interests within Gotham's political and economic power structure who recognized that his reform proposals would threaten their ability to maintain control over municipal contracts, development projects, and patronage opportunities that had enriched them at the expense of broader community welfare. The corruption and criminal influence that characterized Gotham politics during this period created obstacles that could not be overcome through rational argument and good intentions alone. The decision that would ultimately define Thomas Wayne's legacy and create the moral burden that his son would inherit began with his recognition that Martha's psychological history and her connection to the Arkham family had become a weapon that his political enemies could use to destroy both his campaign and his family's reputation unless decisive action was taken to prevent the information from becoming public knowledge. The reporter Edward Elliott's investigation into Martha's past represented not merely journalistic inquiry but deliberate political sabotage designed to exploit contemporary prejudices about mental illness for partisan advantage. The approach to Carmine Falcone that Thomas Wayne made in his desperation to protect his family was motivated not by political calculation or personal advantage, but by love for Martha and determination to prevent her from being subjected to the kind of public humiliation and social ostracism that revelation of her psychiatric history would inevitably create. The conversation that took place between the respected physician and the powerful crime boss reflected Thomas's naive assumption that Falcone's intervention would be limited to discouraging Elliot from publishing damaging information, rather than permanently eliminating the threat through violence. The moral complexity of Thomas Wayne's position was compounded by his understanding that Martha's mental health could be seriously compromised by the stress and public scrutiny that political scandal would create. Yet, his decision to seek assistance from criminal sources represented a fundamental compromise of the ethical principles that had guided his medical and philanthropic career. The choice between protecting his family and maintaining his moral integrity created the kind of impossible dilemma that would haunt him for the remainder of his life and influence every subsequent decision he made regarding his political and professional activities. The murder of Edward Elliot that resulted from Thomas Wayne's request for Falcone's intervention was not the outcome that he had intended or expected. Yet the responsibility for the reporter's death could not be escaped through claims of ignorance about Falcone's methods or surprise at the violence that followed their conversation. The knowledge that his attempt to protect Martha had resulted in the death of an innocent man created a burden of guilt and moral compromise that transformed his understanding of his own character and his relationship to the community he had sought to serve through political leadership. The aftermath of Elliot's murder forced Thomas Wayne to confront the reality that his association with Falcone had made him complicit in criminal activity and vulnerable to continued extortion and manipulation by organized crime figures who recognized that his guilt and fear could be exploited to serve their interests. The political campaign that had begun as an idealistic effort to reform Gotham's government became instead a source of corruption and moral compromise that undermined everything he had previously believed about his own integrity and moral authority. The withdrawal from political life that Thomas Wayne contemplated following Elliot's death reflected not only his recognition that continued involvement in municipal affairs would require ongoing cooperation with criminal elements, but also his understanding that his effectiveness as a leader had been fundamentally compromised by the moral burden he now carried. The vision of urban reform that had motivated his entry into politics seemed impossible to achieve through methods that required collaboration with the very forces of corruption and violence that created the problems he had sought to address. The return to medical practice and philanthropic activity that Thomas Wayne pursued in the wake of his political failure represented an attempt to restore some measure of moral clarity and meaningful purpose to his life. Yet his understanding of his own capacity for moral compromise and his vulnerability to external pressure had been permanently altered by his experience with the realities of political power. The surgical procedures and charitable works that had once provided clear evidence of his positive contribution to community welfare now seemed insufficient to balance the scales against the harm that his political involvement had caused. The relationship between Thomas Wayne and his son Bruce during the years following the Elliot murder was complicated by Thomas's determination to shield the boy from knowledge of his father's moral failures, while also attempting to prepare him for the responsibilities and temptations that would accompany his inheritance of the Wayne family legacy. The lessons about integrity and social responsibility that Thomas tried to teach were undermined by his own awareness that he had failed to live up to these standards when they conflicted with his desire to protect his family from harm. The marriage between Thomas and Martha Wayne during this period was strengthened by their shared recognition that external threats to their family required unity and mutual support. Yet it was also shadowed by Thomas's guilt about the danger that his political activities had created for Martha, and his concern that his moral compromises might influence her mental health and stability. The careful attention to Martha's psychological needs that had characterized their relationship from its beginning became even more important as external stresses and internal conflicts tested their ability to maintain the supportive environment that her recovery required. The final years of Thomas Wayne's life were marked by increasing preoccupation with the legacy he would leave to his son, and the question of whether the Wayne family's accumulated wealth and influence could be transformed into purely beneficial forces that would honor rather than compromise the values that he had failed to uphold during his own lifetime. The charitable foundations and institutional commitments that he established during this period represented both genuine attempts to create positive change and efforts to atone for the moral failures that had tainted his earlier attempts at public service. The tragedy that would ultimately claim Thomas Wayne's life occurred at a moment when he was beginning to believe that he might be able to create some meaningful form of redemption through renewed dedication to medical practice and systematic philanthropy that avoided the moral ambiguities and corrupt relationships that had destroyed his political career. The random violence that ended his life prevented him from completing the work of moral restoration that he had hoped would balance the harm caused by his earlier compromises and provide his son with a legacy worthy of the Wayne Kindon family's historical commitment to serving others. Thus concludes this examination of Thomas Wayne's complex legacy as physician, philanthropist, and failed politician. A story that reveals how even the most noble intentions and exceptional capabilities can be corrupted when good people find themselves forced to choose between competing moral obligations and discover that the price of protecting what they love most may be the compromise of everything they believe about themselves and their place in the world, creating burdens and responsibilities that will ultimately be inherited by the next generation, who must find their own ways to serve justice and protect the innocent without repeating the moral failures of their predecessors. In the hushed hours of a Gotham evening, when the city's respectable citizens sought refuge from the day's burdens in the familiar rituals of family and entertainment, there unfolded a tragedy so profound and seemingly random that it would echo through the decades to come, transforming not only the lives of those directly touched by its violence, but the very destiny of a city that would never again feel entirely safe from the darkness that lurked in its shadowed alleys and forgotten corners. The night that claimed the lives of Thomas and Martha Wayne began with the innocent desire of loving parents to share a moment of beauty and culture with their young son. Yet it would end with blood on concrete and a child's innocence shattered beyond any possibility of complete repair. The decision to attend the opera that fateful evening was motivated not by social obligation or public appearance, but by Thomas Wayne's genuine love for the arts and his desire to introduce Bruce to the cultural traditions that had enriched the Wayne family for generations, while also providing Martha with the kind of uplifting experience that her physicians had recommended as beneficial for maintaining the psychological stability she had worked so hard to achieve in the years since her recovery from her earlier struggles with mental illness. The performance of Der Flederstrauss that they had chosen to attend represented the kind of sophisticated entertainment that Gotham's cultural elite favored, combining musical excellence with dramatic storytelling in ways that could provide both aesthetic pleasure and meaningful reflection on the complexities of human nature. The preparation for their evening out reflected the careful attention to security and social considerations that had become routine for the Wayne family, given their prominence in Gotham society and Thomas's awareness that his previous political activities and business relationships had created potential enemies who might wish to harm him or his family. Yet the precautions they took were those of wealthy individuals protecting themselves from ordinary crime, rather than people who understood the true scope of the dangers that surrounded them. The decision to leave Alfred behind at Wayne Manor was made to provide the faithful butler with a rare evening of rest, rather than from any calculation about security needs that might arise during their cultural excursion. The opera house where the Wayne family spent their final evening together was itself a monument to the cultural ambitions and philanthropic generosity that had characterized Gotham's development during the 19th and early 20th centuries. Its ornate architecture and luxurious appointments reflecting the determination of the city's elite to create institutions that could rival those found in the greatest metropolitan centers of the world. The building's Gothic revival design and elaborate decorative elements created an atmosphere of grandeur and sophistication that seemed to elevate both performers and audience members above the mundane concerns of daily life, providing a temporary refuge from the urban problems that plagued the city beyond its walls. The performance that the Wayne family witnessed that evening was noted by contemporary critics as particularly exceptional, featuring vocal artists and musicians whose technical excellence and emotional depth created the kind of transformative artistic experience that justified the Opera House's reputation as one of the finest cultural institutions in the Fakes region. Young Bruce Wayne's response to his first exposure to grand opera was one of wonder and fascination that delighted his parents, who had hoped that early introduction to great art might instill in him an appreciation for beauty and complexity that would serve him well throughout his life, regardless of whatever career path he might eventually choose. The intermission conversations that took place in the Opera House's elegant lobbies provided the Wayne family with opportunities to interact with other members of Gotham's social and cultural elite. Yet these social exchanges were also reminders of the complex relationships and hidden tensions that characterized the city's power structure, including subtle references to political controversies and business rivalries that Thomas Wayne had hoped to leave behind when he withdrew from active involvement in municipal affairs. The polite conversations and carefully modulated pleasantries that marked such gatherings concealed undercurrents of competition and resentment that reflected the ongoing struggles for influence and advantage that shaped Gotham's development. The decision to leave the Opera House through the side exit that led into Crime Alley was made not from any desire to explore dangerous neighborhoods, but rather as a practical choice that would allow them to reach their car more quickly and avoid the crowds of patrons who were departing through the parting main entrance, a seemingly innocent decision that would place them in precisely the wrong location at precisely the wrong moment to encounter the desperate criminal whose actions would forever alter the course of Gotham's history. The alley that would gain its infamous name from the events that transpired there was known to local residents and business owners as a convenient shortcut between the theatre district and the adjacent commercial areas. Yet its narrow confines and limited lighting also made it an ideal location for the kind of street crime that plagued urban areas throughout the nation. Joe Chill, whose name would become forever associated with the tragedy that befell the Wayne family, was not a professional, criminal, or a calculating murderer, but rather a desperate man whose personal circumstances and poor judgment had led him to attempt a robbery that he hoped would provide immediate relief from the financial pressures that had been building throughout his increasingly difficult life. His background included the kind of economic hardship and social displacement that characterized many of Gotham's working-class residents during the economic uncertainties of the early 20th century. Yet his decision to resort to armed robbery represented a moral failure and criminal choice that could not be excused by difficult circumstances or societal pressures. The confrontation that began when Joe Chill stepped from the shadows to demand money and valuables from the well-dressed family who had entered what he considered his territory was initially intended to be a simple robbery that would provide him with the cash he needed without causing unnecessary harm to his victims. Yet the unpredictable dynamics of fear, desperation, and resistance that characterized such encounters made violence almost inevitable, despite the lack of murderous intent on anyone's part. The pearl necklace that Martha Wayne wore that evening, a family heirloom that symbolized generations of Wayne family prosperity and refinement, became the focal point of the criminal's attention and the immediate catalyst for the tragedy that followed. Thomas Wayne's response to the robbery attempt reflected both his natural protective instincts toward his wife and son and his inexperience with violent confrontation, leading him to resist the criminal's demands in ways that escalated rather than diffused the tension of the situation. Though his actions were motivated by love and courage rather than reckless disregard for the danger they faced. The brief struggle that ensued between the two men was characterized more by confusion and panic than by systematic violence. Yet its outcome would prove decisive not only for the immediate participants, but for the future of everyone whose lives would be touched by the consequences of that moment. The gunshots that ended the lives of Thomas and Martha Wayne were not the calculated executions of a hardened killer, but rather the panicked reactions of a frightened criminal who had not intended to commit murder yet found himself unable to control the situation he had created through his own criminal choices and poor judgment. The sound of gunfire in the confined space of the alley created a shocking and disorienting experience that left all participants, including young Bruce Wayne, temporarily unable to process what had occurred or respond appropriately to the immediate aftermath of the violence that had just taken place. The moments that followed the shooting were marked by a terrible silence broken only by the sound of running footsteps as Joe Chill fled the scene, leaving behind 3 victims whose lives had been forever altered by his actions, though only one of them remained alive to bear witness to what had transpired and to carry forward the memory of what had been lost in those terrible seconds of senseless violence. The sight that confronted 8-year-old Bruce Wayne as his shock and confusion began to clear was one that would haunt him for the remainder of his life, providing the foundational trauma that would shape every subsequent decision he made and every relationship he would attempt to form. Martha Wayne's pearl necklace, broken during the struggle and scattered across the blood-stained concrete of Crime Alley, created a powerful and lasting image that would come to symbolize not only the senseless destruction of beauty and innocence, but also the way that violence could transform symbols of love and prosperity into reminders of loss and tragedy. The individual pearls that lay gleaming white against the dark pavement reflected the streetlights above like fallen stars, creating a scene of terrible beauty that contrasted starkly with the horror of the murdered bodies that lay nearby, their elegant evening attire now stained with blood and torn by the violence that had claimed their lives. The police response to the crime scene was swift and professional, according to the standards of the time, yet the investigation that followed would prove inadequate to bring Joe Chill to justice or provide meaningful closure for the traumatized child who had witnessed his parents' murder, reflecting both the limitations of contemporary law enforcement techniques and the difficulty of solving crimes that occurred in areas where witnesses were reluctant to cooperate with authorities. The detectives who worked the case were experienced professionals who understood the importance of the victims and the potential political ramifications of their failure to solve such a high-profile crime. Yet their efforts were hampered by the lack of physical evidence and the absence of reliable witnesses who could provide useful information about the perpetrator's identity or whereabouts. Alfred Pennyworth's arrival at the crime scene marked the beginning of his transformation from loyal family servant into surrogate father and guardian for Bruce Wayne, a role that he had never anticipated assuming yet, which he accepted with the same dedication and sense of duty that had characterized his service to the Wayne family throughout his employment with them. The sight that greeted Alfred when he reached Crime Alley was one that would remain etched in his memory forever, combining the immediate practical concerns of a traumatized child who needed care and protection with the broader implications of what the tragedy would mean for the Wayne family legacy and the future of the various institutions and commitments that Thomas and Martha had established during their lives. The immediate aftermath of the murders was characterized by the kind of chaos and confusion that inevitably follows sudden tragedy, as family, friends, business associates, and city officials struggled to understand what had happened, while also attempting to address the practical concerns that arose from the death of two such prominent and influential individuals. The funeral arrangements that had to be made, the legal documents that required attention, and the countless decisions about the future of Wayne family enterprises and charitable commitments created a complex web of responsibilities that fell primarily upon Alfred's shoulders, while he simultaneously worked to provide emotional support and stability for Bruce during the most difficult period of the boy's young life. The funeral services for Thomas and Martha Wayne were attended by hundreds of mourners, whose presence reflected not only the social prominence of the victims, but also the genuine affection and respect that they had earned through their medical practice, philanthropic activities, and civic involvement. Yet the formal ceremonies and public expressions of grief could provide little comfort to a child whose understanding of death was necessarily limited, and whose emotional response to the trauma was complicated by feelings of guilt, anger, and confusion that adults struggled to address adequately. The eulogies that praised Thomas and Martha's contributions to Gotham society and their dedication to helping others seemed distant and abstract to Bruce, whose memories of his parents were focused on intimate family moments rather than public achievements. The revelation of Thomas Wayne's moral compromises and his indirect responsibility for Edward Elliot's death came to Bruce's attention gradually over the years that followed his parents' murder, creating additional layers of psychological complexity and moral burden that would influence his understanding of justice, responsibility, and the corrupting effects of power throughout his adult life. The knowledge that his father, whom he had idealized as a perfect example of integrity and compassion, had been forced to make compromises that resulted in an innocent man's death created cognitive dissonance and emotional conflict that could not be easily resolved through conventional means of grief, counseling, or psychological support. Alfred's decision to reveal the truth about Thomas Wayne's political involvement and its consequences was motivated by his understanding that Bruce would inevitably discover these facts eventually, and that learning them from a rare and trusted source who could provide context and perspective would be less damaging than having them revealed by enemies or critics who might use the information to attack the Wayne family legacy. The conversations in which Alfred explained the complex circumstances that had led to Thomas's moral failure were among the most difficult and important discussions of Bruce's childhood, providing him with early lessons about the complexity of moral decision-making and the ways that good intentions could lead to tragic consequences. The inheritance that Bruce Wayne received following his parents' death included not only enormous wealth and social position, but also the moral burden of their unfinished business and unfulfilled commitments, creating responsibilities that would shape his understanding of his own purpose and obligations throughout his life, even before he began to consider the possibility of pursuing vigilante justice as Batman. The Wayne Foundation and various charitable enterprises that his parents had established required ongoing attention and leadership that would eventually fall to Bruce, while the political enemies and business rivals that Thomas had accumulated during his career continued to pose potential threats that would need to be addressed and managed. The trauma that Bruce Wayne experienced as a result of witnessing his parents' murder was not simply the immediate shock of seeing violence and death, but rather a complex psychological injury that affected his ability to form relationships, trust others, and find meaning in normal childhood activities and social interactions that had previously brought him pleasure and satisfaction. The symptoms of post-traumatic stress that he developed included not only nightmares and anxiety, but also a profound sense of powerlessness and vulnerability that would motivate his later dedication to developing the physical and intellectual capabilities necessary to protect himself and others from similar tragedies. The guilt that Bruce felt regarding his parents' death was not based on any rational assessment of responsibility, since no 8-year-old child could reasonably be expected to prevent or alter the outcome of an armed robbery. Yet, the psychological mechanisms that create survivor, guilt, and self-blame in trauma victims generated persistent feelings that he should have been able to do something to save Thomas and Martha, creating emotional burdens that would require decades of work to address and integrate into a healthy understanding of the incident and its aftermath. The fantasy solutions and heroic scenarios that Bruce created in his imagination as ways that he might have prevented his parents' death became the foundation for his later interest in developing the skills and capabilities that would make such interventions possible in future situations. The isolation that characterized Bruce Wayne's childhood following his parents' murder was not simply the result of his wealth and social position, but also reflected his psychological withdrawal from relationships and activities that might make him vulnerable to further loss and disappointment, creating patterns of emotional detachment and self-reliance that would persist throughout his adult life and influence his approach to both personal relationships and his vigilante activities as Batman. The protective mechanisms that he developed during this period included not only physical training and intellectual development, but also emotional barriers that would make it difficult for him to form the kind of intimate connections that might provide healing and support for his ongoing psychological struggles. Alfred's role as Bruce's guardian and surrogate father was complicated by his own grief over the loss of Thomas and Martha Wayne, whom he had served and cared for as members of his own family, creating a situation where two deeply traumatized individuals had to support each other while neither possessed the emotional resources or professional expertise necessary to address the full scope of the psychological damage that the full murders had created. The relationship that developed between Alfred and Bruce during this period was characterized by mutual dependence and deep affection, yet it was also marked by the kind of emotional restraint and formal distance that reflected their different social positions and Alfred's understanding of the boundaries that should govern his role as an employee rather than a blood relative. The educational decisions that were made regarding Bruce's schooling following his parents' death reflected both practical concerns about security and privacy and deeper questions about how to prepare a traumatized child for the responsibilities and challenges that would face him as the heir to the Wayne legacy, leading to arrangements that provided him with excellent academic instruction, while also allowing him to avoid the kind of public exposure and social interaction that might prove emotionally difficult or potentially dangerous given the public circumstances surrounding his parents' murder. The private tutors and specialized instructors who were engaged to oversee Bruce's education were selected not only for their academic credentials, but also for their understanding of trauma and their ability to work with a student whose psychological needs were as important as his intellectual development. The Wayne Manor that became Bruce's primary residence following his parents' death was transformed from a family home filled with love and laughter into something more resembling a mausoleum, where the physical reminders of Thomas and Martha's presence served as both comfort and torment for a child who struggled to understand why they had been taken from him and what his life would mean without their guidance and support. The portraits and photographs that lined the walls, the personal belongings that remained in their former rooms, and the familiar routines and traditions that Alfred attempted to maintain all served as connections to a happier past, while also emphasizing the magnitude of what had been lost and could never be recovered. Thus concludes this exploration of the night in Crime Alley that claimed the lives of Thomas and Martha Wayne, while transforming their young son into the traumatized heir who would eventually become Batman. a tragedy that reveals how random violence can shatter even the most privileged and protected lives while creating the conditions that would eventually give rise to Gotham's greatest protector, born from the ashes of a child's innocence and forged in the crucible of loss, guilt, and the determination to ensure that no other family would suffer the same senseless destruction that forever changed the course of one boy's destiny and the future of an entire city. In the ledgers and account books that chronicle the rise and consolidation of American industrial fortunes during the transformative centuries that witnessed the nation's expansion from colonial settlements to global economic power, few entries tell a story as complex and morally ambiguous as those that record the accumulation and application of Wayne family wealth. A fortune built upon foundations that combined visionary entrepreneurship with moral compromise, legitimate business success with participation in systems of exploitation, and genuine philanthropic dedication with the inevitable corruption that accompanies the concentration of vast resources in the hands of individuals whose personal virtues, however exceptional, could not entirely overcome the structural inequalities and ethical contradictions embedded within the economic framework that enabled their prosperity. The corporate empire that emerged from centuries of Wayne family business activity represented far more than the simple accumulation of profitable enterprises, evolving instead into a complex network of interlocking companies, financial institutions, and investment vehicles that touched virtually every aspect of Gotham's economic life, while also extending the family's influence into national and international markets through partnerships and subsidiaries that operated according to the same principles of strategic diversification and long-term planning that had characterized Wayne business philosophy since the colonial period. Wayne Enterprises, as the consolidated corporate entity came to be known, functioned not merely as a business organization, but as an instrument of social policy and community development that reflected the family's evolving understanding of their responsibilities toward the city and region that had provided the foundation for their success. The real estate holdings that formed the oldest and most substantial component of Wayne family wealth included not only the prime commercial and residential properties that had been acquired during the early periods of Gotham's development, but also vast tracts of undeveloped land whose value had appreciated dramatically as the city expanded and transportation networks improved, creating a foundation of passive income that freed subsequent generations of Wayne family leaders from the immediate financial pressures that constrained other wealthy families, and allowed them to pursue business strategies that prioritized long-term community benefit over short-term profit maximization. The systematic approach to property acquisition that Charles Wayne had pioneered during the colonial era continued to guide family investment decisions well into the 20th century, ensuring that Wayne Enterprises maintained substantial holdings in every sector of Gotham's real estate market. The transportation infrastructure that Wayne Enterprises had developed during the 19th century evolved from simple railroad lines into comprehensive networks that included shipping facilities, trucking companies, and eventually aviation services that connected Gotham to markets throughout the nation and the world, creating logistical capabilities that supported not only Wayne business operations, but also the broader economic development of the entire region. The strategic thinking that guided these transportation investments reflected understanding of economic geography and technological trends that enabled Wayne planners to anticipate and profit from changes in commerce and industry that less visionary competitors failed to recognize until opportunities had already been captured by more forward-thinking organizations. The manufacturing operations that had emerged from Wayne, involvement in steel production and railroad construction diversified over time to include facilities that produced everything from basic industrial materials to sophisticated technological products, creating employment for thousands of workers, while also developing expertise and capabilities that could be adapted to address changing market conditions and emerging opportunities in fields ranging from electronics and communications to aerospace and military contracting. The research and development facilities that Wayne Enterprises maintained represented substantial ongoing investments in scientific advancement and technological innovation that contributed to both corporate profitability and broader societal progress through discoveries and inventions that benefited industries and communities far beyond the immediate sphere of Wayne business interests. The financial services that Wayne Enterprises provided through banks, investment firms, and insurance companies played crucial roles in supporting economic development throughout the Gotham region, while also generating the capital flows that funded expansion and diversification of other Wayne business operations, creating synergistic relationships between different components of the corporate empire that enhanced overall efficiency and profitability, while reducing vulnerability to economic downturns or competitive pressures that might threaten individual business units operating in isolation. The conservative financial management policies that guided these operations reflected lessons learned from previous generations about the importance of maintaining adequate reserves and avoiding excessive risk in pursuit of short-term gains. The media properties that Wayne Enterprises acquired during the 20th century included newspapers, radio stations, and eventually television networks that provided the family with significant influence over public opinion and political discourse, while also generating substantial revenues through advertising and subscription sales. Yet, these acquisitions also created ethical dilemmas about the relationship between business interests and journalistic integrity that required careful management to avoid conflicts of interest or perceptions of editorial bias that might undermine both commercial success and public credibility. The editorial policies and journalistic standards that Wayne-owned media outlets maintained reflected the family's commitment to responsible use of their influence, while also acknowledging the competitive realities of the communications industry. The technological innovations that emerged from Wayne research facilities during the mid to late 20th century included advances in fields ranging from computer science and telecommunications to biotechnology and materials engineering, contributing to scientific progress while also creating valuable intellectual property that could be licensed or commercialized through new product development and market introduction strategies that generated both immediate revenues and long-term competitive advantages. The patent portfolios and trade secrets that Wayne Enterprises accumulated represented substantial intangible assets whose value often exceeded that of physical facilities and equipment, creating new forms of wealth that required different management approaches and protection strategies than traditional manufacturing or real estate investments. The government contracts that Wayne Enterprises pursued, particularly in areas related to defense and aerospace technology, provided access to lucrative markets, while also creating obligations and restrictions that complicated business operations through security requirements, regulatory oversight, and political considerations that could influence strategic planning and operational decision-making in ways that purely commercial enterprises did not experience. The classified research projects and military applications that emerged from Wayne technological capabilities raised ethical questions about the family's role in weapons development and international conflict that required careful consideration of moral principles alongside commercial opportunities and national security interests. The international operations that Wayne Enterprises established during the latter half of the 20th century extended the family's business activities into global markets through subsidiaries, joint ventures, and strategic partnerships that provided access to new opportunities, while also exposing the organization to political risks, currency fluctuations, and cultural challenges that required sophisticated management approaches and careful attention to local conditions and regulatory environments. The foreign investments and overseas facilities that Wayne companies developed contributed to economic development in developing nations, while also generating returns that supported domestic operations and philanthropic activities, creating complex webs of interdependence and mutual benefit that reflected the increasingly global nature of modern commerce. Yet beneath the impressive statistics and corporate achievements that marked Wayne Enterprises' evolution into one of America's most successful business organizations, lay uncomfortable truths about the sources of wealth that had made such success possible, including profits derived from industries and practices that later generations would recognize as environmentally destructive, socially exploitative, or morally questionable, according to evolving standards of corporate responsibility and social justice. The coal mining operations that had provided energy for Wayne's steel mills created environmental damage and health hazards for workers and surrounding communities, while the labor practices that characterized early Wayne manufacturing facilities reflected contemporary norms that would eventually be recognized as inadequate protections for worker safety and economic security. The financial instruments and investment strategies that Wayne wealth managers employed during various periods of the family's history included participation in markets and economic systems that benefited from or contributed to social rights, inequalities, racial discrimination, and international exploitation that generated profits for investors, while imposing costs on vulnerable populations who lacked political power or economic resources to protect their interests. The railroad bonds, industrial stocks, and commodity investments that comprised significant portions of Wayne family portfolios during the 19th and early 20th centuries included securities tied to enterprises that relied upon child labor, unsafe working conditions, and environmental degradation that would eventually require remediation and compensation funded by public resources rather than private profits. The political contributions and lobbying activities that Wayne Enterprises pursued throughout its corporate history included support for candidates and policies that served immediate business interests while sometimes conflicting with broader public welfare or social justice concerns, creating moral complexities that reflected the tension between fiduciary responsibilities to shareholders and ethical obligations to society as a whole. The regulatory capture and political influence that Wayne corporate representatives exercised through campaign contributions, lobbying expenditures, and informal relationships with elected officials enabled the organization to shape legislation and administrative policies in ways that protected existing advantages while potentially limiting opportunities for competitors or creating barriers to social and economic reforms that might have benefited broader segments of the population. The tax avoidance strategies and accounting practices that Wayne financial advisors employed to minimize corporate and personal tax liabilities included legal but ethically questionable approaches to shifting profits to low-tax jurisdictions, timing income recognition to take advantage of changing tax rates, and structuring transactions to qualify for preferential treatment under tax codes that often favored wealthy individuals and large corporations over small businesses and working-class taxpayers. The offshore accounts, trust structures, and subsidiary arrangements that protected Wayne wealth from taxation also reduced the resources available for public investments in education, infrastructure, and social programs that might have created broader benefits for the communities that had contributed to Wayne business success. The environmental consequences of Wayne industrial operations accumulated over decades of manufacturing, mining, and transportation activities that generated pollution, habitat destruction, and resource depletion, according to practices that were considered acceptable or even exemplary by contemporary standards, yet which created long-term costs and damages that would eventually require expensive cleanup efforts, and according to practices that would eventually require expensive cleanup efforts. Environmental restoration projects, funded through a combination of corporate settlements and public expenditures, the chemical releases, industrial waste, and carbon emissions that resulted from Wayne business operations contributed to air and water quality problems that disproportionately affected low-income communities while generating profits that primarily benefited wealthy shareholders and executives. The labor relations history of Wayne Enterprises included periods of cooperation and mutual benefit, as well as episodes of conflict and exploitation that reflected broader patterns of industrial development and worker organization throughout American economic history, with company responses to unionization efforts, strike actions, and demands for improved wages and working conditions varying according to economic circumstances, management philosophy, and political climate during different eras of corporate evolution. The paternalistic approaches that some Wayne executives adopted toward employee relations created benefits for workers while also maintaining hierarchical structures that limited opportunities for genuine democratic participation in workplace decision-making and profit-sharing arrangements. The supplier relationships and subcontracting arrangements that Wayne Enterprises established with smaller companies and international partners sometimes involve businesses whose labor practices, environmental standards, or political associations created ethical concerns that required ongoing monitoring and management to avoid complicity in human rights violations, environmental destruction, or political corruption that could damage both corporate reputation and moral standing. The supply chain auditing and vendor qualification processes that Wayne companies eventually implemented represented attempts to address these concerns while maintaining competitive costs and operational efficiency in increasingly complex global markets. The philanthropic activities that the Wayne family pursued through their foundation and direct charitable giving were motivated by genuine desire to address social problems and support community development. Yet these efforts also served public relations functions and provided tax benefits that reduced the overall cost of charitable contributions, while creating positive publicity that could offset negative attention generated by controversial business practices or political activities. The strategic philanthropy approaches that Wayne Foundation professionals developed combined systematic analysis of social needs with attention to the family's reputation and business interests, creating programs that achieved meaningful impact while also supporting broader Wayne family objectives and values. The Wayne Foundation's evolution from informal charitable activities into a sophisticated philanthropic organization reflected both the growth of family wealth and changing understanding of effective approaches to social change, leading to the development of comprehensive programs that addressed education, healthcare, criminal justice, and economic development through a combination of direct service provision, policy advocacy, and systemic reform initiatives that sought to address root causes of social problems rather than merely treating symptoms. The Foundation's endowment and annual giving capacity enabled long-term commitments to institutional development and program sustainability that distinguished its work from less well-funded charitable organizations that struggled with resource constraints and short-term planning horizons. The hospitals, schools, and cultural institutions that Wayne Philanthropy supported represented genuine contributions to community welfare and social development. Yet the naming rights, board positions, and social recognition that accompanied these donations also provided the family with influence over institutional policies and community decision-making that extended their power beyond purely economic spheres into areas of education, healthcare, and cultural production that shaped public opinion and social values. The architectural monuments and institutional legacies that bore the Wayne name served as permanent reminders of family generosity, while also establishing their position within the social hierarchy and cultural establishment of Gotham society. The university research programs and scientific initiatives that Wayne Foundation funding supported contributed to advances in knowledge and technology that benefited society as a whole. Yet the intellectual property rights and commercial applications that emerged from these investments sometimes generated additional profits for Wayne Enterprises, while raising questions about the appropriate relationship between charitable giving and business development that required careful attention to legal requirements and ethical guidelines governing foundation operations. The scholarships, fellowships, and educational programs that Wayne Philanthropy funded provided opportunities for individual advancement, while also creating networks of educated professionals whose careers and achievements reflected positively on the family's commitment to human development and social progress. Bruce Wayne's inheritance of this complex legacy created moral and practical challenges that would define his adult life and influence every decision he made about how to use the resources and influence that previous generations had, accumulated through combinations of vision and exploitation, innovation and corruption, genuine service and self-interested manipulation that reflected the contradictions embedded within American capitalism and the difficulties faced by individuals who sought to use private wealth for public benefit. The young man who would eventually become Batman inherited not only enormous financial resources but also the moral burden of addressing the harm that had been caused by previous Wayne business activities, while finding ways to transform tainted wealth into instruments of justice and social healing. The guilt and responsibility that Bruce felt regarding his family's wealth was complicated by recognition that his comfortable childhood and exceptional educational opportunities had been funded by profits derived from systems and practices that had caused genuine harm to workers, communities, and the environment, creating psychological tensions that could not be resolved through simple charitable giving or corporate reform initiatives that left fundamental structures of inequality and exploitation unchanged. The process of moral reckoning that Bruce undertook as he learned more about Wayne family history required not only financial restitution and policy changes, but also personal transformation that would enable him to use his inheritance in ways that honored the suffering of those who had been harmed, while creating positive change that could prevent similar injustices in the future. The corporate governance reforms and ethical business practices that Bruce Wayne implemented after assuming control of Wayne Enterprises reflected his determination to transform the family business from an organization that prioritized profit maximization above other considerations into one that balanced financial success with social responsibility and environmental sustainability, requiring changes in management philosophy, operational procedures, and investment strategies that sometimes reduce short-term profitability while creating long-term value for stakeholders, including employees, communities, and society as a whole. The employee ownership programs, environmental cleanup initiatives, and community development projects that Bruce funded through Wayne Enterprises represented attempts to share the benefits of business success more broadly while addressing historical injustices and ongoing social problems that previous generations had either ignored or exacerbated. The transformation of Wayne wealth from blood money into instruments of justice became a central theme in Bruce Wayne's adult life, influencing not only his business decisions and philanthropic activities, but also his choice to become Batman and dedicate his personal resources to fighting crime and protecting innocent people from the kind of violence and exploitation that had characterized aspects of his family's plaisance. Historical activities, the advanced technology, sophisticated equipment, and operational capabilities that supported Batman's vigilante activities were funded through Wayne resources that had been systematically redirected from purely commercial purposes toward the pursuit of justice and the protection of those who lacked the power or resources to defend themselves against criminal exploitation and systemic oppression. Thus concludes this examination of the Wayne family fortune and its complex moral legacy, a chronicle of wealth accumulated through generations of business success that created both opportunities for positive social impact and obligations to address the harm caused by historical practices that reflected the contradictions and ethical challenges inherent in large-scale capitalism, providing the foundation upon which Bruce Wayne would build both his public identity as a responsible corporate leader and his secret career as Batman, the Dark Knight who sought to redeem his family's tainted legacy through dedication to justice and protection of the innocent, transforming inherited guilt into purposeful action and blood money into instruments of hope for a city that had suffered too long under the weight of corruption and violence that wealth and power had too often enabled rather than prevented. In the shadowed genealogies that trace the bloodlines of prominent families through the corridors of American history, where legitimate heirs walk alongside forgotten relations and family secrets multiply like branches hidden beneath the canopy of respectability, the Wayne dynasty reveals itself to be far more complex and troubled than the sanitized histories of corporate biographers and society chroniclers have ever dared to acknowledge. Beyond the direct line of succession that produced Bruce Wayne lies a sprawling network of cousins, distant relatives, and disowned family members whose stories illuminate the darker possibilities that wealth and privilege can nurture when they are divorced from moral constraint and social responsibility, creating a constellation of cautionary tales that serve as stark reminders of the paths that even the most noble bloodlines can follow when circumstances and character combine in unfortunate ways. The extended branches of the Wayne family tree, spreading outward from the main trunk through marriages, adoptions, and the inevitable romantic entanglements that accompany great wealth and social prominence, created a complex web of relationships and obligations that often placed the primary Wayne heirs in difficult positions when distant relatives sought to claim their share of family resources or attempted to trade upon the Wayne name for personal advantage. These peripheral family members, some bearing the Wayne surname through legitimate inheritance and others connected through maternal lines or marriage alliances, represented both potential assets and ongoing liabilities that required careful management and occasional decisive action to prevent embarrassment or exploitation that might damage the family's carefully cultivated reputation for integrity and social responsibility. Among the most notorious figures in this extended family network was the individual known to Gotham society simply as Mad Dog Wayne, whose given name of Vanderveer Wayne might have suggested aristocratic refinement and cultural sophistication, yet whose life story became instead a chronicle of violence, criminal behavior, and moral degradation that threatened to taint the entire family legacy through association and shared genetics that seemed to suggest disturbing possibilities about inherited tendencies toward antisocial behavior and psychological behavior instability. The transformation of what should have been a privileged scion into a dangerous criminal represented the dark mirror image of Bruce Wayne's heroic evolution, demonstrating how similar circumstances and advantages could produce entirely different outcomes depending upon individual choices and character development. Vanderveer Wayne's early life had been marked by the same educational opportunities and social advantages that characterized the upbringing of other Wayne family members. Yet his response to privilege and expectation revealed personality traits and moral deficiencies that became apparent during his adolescent years, when minor rebellions and behavioral problems escalated into serious violations of both family standards and legal boundaries that required increasingly desperate interventions by relatives who hoped to prevent his complete moral collapse. The boarding schools, private tutors, and therapeutic programs that the family funded in attempts to address his problems proved inadequate to contain or redirect impulses that seemed to grow stronger and more dangerous as he matured into adulthood. The criminal activities that earned Vanderveer Wayne his infamous nickname began with relatively minor infractions that might have been dismissed as youthful indiscretions or the predictable acting out behavior of a young man, struggling with the pressures and expectations that accompanied his past family name. Yet these early offenses quickly escalated into patterns of violence and predatory behavior that revealed fundamental character defects that no amount of family intervention or professional treatment seemed capable of addressing effectively. The armed robberies, assaults, and extortion schemes that marked his criminal career were characterized not only by their boldness and brutality, but also by a calculated cruelty that suggested genuine sadistic tendencies rather than simple greed or desperation. The efforts that the Wayne family made to distance themselves from Mad Dog Wayne's activities included not only formal disownment and removal from all family business enterprises, but also systematic attempts to suppress media coverage of his crimes and prevent public discussion of his relationship to the respectable branches of the family tree. Yet these damage control measures could not entirely eliminate the embarrassment and suspicion that his behavior created regarding the moral character and psychological stability of other Wayne family members. The whispered speculation about genetic predispositions and inherited mental illness that accompanied newspaper accounts of his crimes created uncomfortable questions about whether the Wayne bloodline carried within it the seeds of its own destruction. The psychological profile that emerged from clinical evaluations and court proceedings related to Mad Dog Wayne's criminal activities revealed a complex combination of high intelligence, complete absence of empathy, and sophisticated understanding of human weakness that enabled him to manipulate victims and associates with remarkable effectiveness, while remaining apparently immune to the moral considerations and emotional responses that constrain normal human behavior. The diagnosis of sociopathy that several experts applied to his case was complicated by evidence of calculating intelligence and strategic thinking that suggested his antisocial behavior was not merely the result of psychological dysfunction, but might represent conscious choices made by someone who understood right from wrong, yet simply preferred to pursue his own interests, regardless of the harm caused to others. The final fate of Vanderveer Wayne remains obscured by conflicting accounts and deliberate family efforts to suppress information about the circumstances surrounding his death. Yet the few reliable sources suggest that his criminal career was terminated not by law enforcement action or judicial punishment, but by violence from criminal associates, who had grown tired of his unpredictable behavior and dangerous lack of restraint that threatened their own operations and safety. The unmarked grave and absent funeral that marked his passing reflected the family's determination to deny him even the dignity of acknowledged death while ensuring that his name would not appear in official records or family histories that might be consulted by future researchers or journalists. In stark contrast to the violent criminality that characterized Mad Dog Wayne's legacy, his distant cousin Agatha Wayne represented a very different form of family embarrassment through her involvement in occult practices and supernatural pursuits that challenged the rational materialism and scientific worldview that the Cam's Wayne family generally preferred to project in their public activities and charitable endeavors. The spinster aunt, whose Gothic mansion on the outskirts of Gotham became a focal point for seances, ritual ceremonies, and esoteric studies that attracted curiosity seekers and genuine believers from throughout the region, created ongoing concerns about the family's reputation for level-headed business judgment and social responsibility. Agatha Wayne's fascination with supernatural phenomena and ancient mystical traditions began during her youth when a series of unexplained experiences and psychic manifestations convinced her that the material world was merely the crude, surface layer of a far more complex reality that included spiritual dimensions and otherworldly intelligences that could be contacted and influenced through proper study and ritual practice. Her extensive library of occult texts and magical implements, combined with her reported abilities to predict future events and communicate with deceased relatives, created a reputation for supernatural wisdom that attracted followers, while simultaneously generating skepticism and concern among more conventional family members who worried about the impact of her activities on their social standing. The seances and spiritual gatherings that Agatha Wayne hosted at her estate brought together an eclectic mixture of society figures, academic researchers, and working-class individuals who shared her interest in exploring the boundaries between life and death, natural and supernatural, known and unknown aspects of human experience that conventional religion and scientific materialism seemed unable to address adequately. The phenomena that allegedly occurred during these sessions included table turning, automatic writing, spirit manifestations, and prophetic visions that participants interpreted as genuine contact with otherworldly intelligences, though skeptics suggested more mundane explanations involving suggestion, fraud, and collective delusion. The relationship between Agatha Wayne's occult interests and the broader Wayne family's business and philanthropic activities was complicated by her claims that spiritual guidance and supernatural insight informed her investment, decisions, and charitable giving, leading to financial success and social impact that seemed to validate her unconventional methods, while creating uncomfortable questions about the sources of inspiration and information that guided Wayne family decision-making more generally. The stock market predictions and business forecasts that she provided to family members proved accurate with unsettling frequency, suggesting either genuine psychic abilities or access to inside information that she preferred to attribute to supernatural rather than earthly sources. The international branches of the Wayne family tree reflected the global expansion of American business interests and the social mobility that great wealth could provide, creating satellite communities of Wayne descendants and connections throughout Europe, Asia, and other regions, where family business operations and marriage alliances had established footholds that required ongoing attention and management from the primary American branch of the family. These overseas relatives often possessed their own substantial resources and social positions that could either support or complicate Wayne family interests, depending upon political circumstances and personal relationships that were sometimes difficult to predict or control. From distant headquarters in Gotham, the English branch of the Wayne family, established through marriage connections and business partnerships that dated back to the colonial period, maintained ancestral estates and political connections that provided valuable intelligence and influence within British financial and governmental circles, while also creating obligations and expectations that sometimes conflicted with American Wayne family interests and priorities. The titles, honors, and social positions that these English relatives had acquired through service to the Crown and contributions to British society created prestige that reflected positively on the entire Wayne lineage, while also potentially complicating international business relationships during periods of diplomatic tension between the two nations. The French connections that had developed through business relationships and romantic entanglements during the 19th and early 20th centuries created a network of cousins and in-laws whose cultural sophistication and artistic achievements provided the Wayne family with access to European intellectual and cultural circles, while also generating expenses and obligations related to supporting impractical relatives whose talents lay in areas that generated prestige rather than income. The artists, writers, and philosophers who claimed Wayne family connections through blood or marriage often required financial support and professional assistance that the American branch of the family provided as both family obligation and cultural investment. The disowned relatives who had been formally expelled from Wayne family circles for various scandals and moral failures represented ongoing sources of potential embarrassment and blackmail that required careful monitoring and occasional intervention to prevent them from exploiting their family connections for personal advantage or revenge against relatives who had rejected their behavior and refused to continue supporting their activities. These outcasts, stripped of financial support and social recognition, sometimes turned to journalism, memoir writing, or criminal activities that threatened to expose family secrets and create public controversies that could damage the reputation and business interests of the legitimate Wayne family members. The scandals that had led to various family disownments included not only criminal behavior and moral failures, but also political activities and business associations that were considered incompatible with Wayne family values and social position, creating situations where individuals who had committed no legal violations were nonetheless deemed unfit to continue bearing the family name or receiving its financial benefits. The communist sympathizers, fascist collaborators, and political extremists who had emerged from Wayne family ranks during various periods of social upheaval and international conflict created particular challenges for a family that sought to maintain political neutrality and social respectability, while some of their relatives embraced controversial ideologies and dangerous associations. The bastard children and illegitimate descendants who existed on the margins of Wayne family recognition represented both humanitarian obligations and practical problems that required sensitive handling to balance moral responsibility with family reputation and legal considerations related to inheritance and succession rights that could complicate business operations and estate planning if not addressed through appropriate legal mechanisms and financial arrangements. The discreet support and educational opportunities that the Wayne family provided to these unofficial relatives reflected both genuine care for their welfare and practical recognition that neglected illegitimate children could become sources of scandal and legal challenge if their needs were not addressed through unofficial channels. The female members of the Wayne family, whose contributions and achievements were often overshadowed by the patriarchal traditions and business focus that dominated family histories and public recognition, included remarkable individuals whose intelligence, strength, and dedication matched or exceeded those of their male relatives, yet whose opportunities for public leadership and official recognition were constrained by the social conventions and legal restrictions that limited women's roles in business and professional life. During most periods of American history, the wives, daughters, and sisters who provided crucial support for Wayne family enterprises while pursuing their own interests in education, social reform, and cultural development often possessed insights and capabilities that proved essential for family success, even when their contributions went largely unrecognized in official accounts. The educational achievements and social activism that characterized many Wayne women reflected both the advantages that family wealth provided and the moral principles that guided family decision-making, leading to involvement in causes ranging from women's suffrage and labor reform to international peace movements and civil rights activism that sometimes created political controversy while demonstrating the family's commitment to progressive social change and human dignity. The schools, hospitals, and charitable organizations that Wayne women founded and supported often outlasted the business enterprises and political careers of their male relatives, creating lasting institutional legacies that continued to serve community needs long after their founders had been forgotten by popular memory. The cultural and artistic contributions that various Wayne family members made to Gotham's intellectual and creative life included not only financial patronage and institutional support, but also personal achievements in fields ranging from literature and music to visual arts and scientific research that reflected the family's understanding that true social leadership required not only economic success and political influence, but also dedication to the advancement of human knowledge and cultural expression that could inspire and educate future generations. The paintings, sculptures, musical compositions, and literary works that bore Wayne names or reflected Wayne influence often addressed themes and subjects that revealed deep engagement with questions of social responsibility and moral purpose that characterized the best aspects of the POM family tradition, the lost branches of the Wayne family tree, whose stories had been obscured by time, tragedy, and deliberate suppression of inconvenient information, represented both missed opportunities for family greatness and cautionary tales about the fragility of wealth and social position that could be destroyed by war, economic disaster, personal failure, or simply the gradual erosion of resources and connections that sustained family influence across multiple generations. The Wayne relatives who had emigrated to distant countries, joined religious communities, or pursued unconventional careers that removed them from mainstream family activities often possessed remarkable talents and achieved significant accomplishments that might have enhanced the family legacy if circumstances had been different. The genealogical research that various Wayne family members had commissioned over the years revealed connections to historical figures and influential families that provided both pride and embarrassment depending upon the moral character and historical reputation of these discovered ancestors, creating complex questions about the extent to which contemporary family members should claim credit or accept responsibility for the achievements and failures of previous generations whose blood they shared but whose choices they had not influenced. The Revolutionary War heroes, Civil War generals, industrial pioneers, and cultural leaders who appeared in Wayne family genealogies were balanced by slave owners, war profiteers, corrupt politicians, and social parasites whose legacies created uncomfortable reminders of the moral complexities embedded within any family history that extended back through centuries of American social and economic development. Bruce Wayne's awareness of this complex extended family history provided him with both inspiration and warning as he sought to determine how his own life should honor the positive aspects of his heritage while avoiding the moral failures and character defects that had claimed other family members who possessed similar advantages and opportunities, yet chose paths that led to criminality, social disgrace, or personal destruction. The genealogical charts and family records that Alfred maintained in the Wayne Manor Library served as constant reminders that greatness was not guaranteed by noble blood or inherited wealth, but required conscious choice and continuous moral effort that could never be taken for granted or assumed to be secure against temptation and corruption. The responsibility that Bruce felt toward his extended family members, both living and dead, included not only the obligation to maintain and enhance the family reputation through his own achievements and behavior, but also the more complex challenge of addressing the ongoing needs and problems of relatives whose circumstances required assistance while their behavior or associations created risks that needed to be carefully managed to prevent damage to the family's broader interests and social position. The financial support, legal assistance, and social intervention that he provided to various Wayne family members required constant judgment about the appropriate balance between family loyalty and personal responsibility that could honor kinship bonds without enabling destructive behavior. Thus concludes this exploration of the Wayne family's extended branches and hidden relations, a chronicle that reveals how even the most distinguished bloodlines produced their share of failures, scandals, and cautionary tales alongside the achievements and nobility that earn historical recognition, providing Bruce Wayne with a complex inheritance that included not only wealth and social position but also moral obligations and family burdens that would influence every decision he made about how to honor his heritage while transcending its limitations and creating a legacy worthy of the family name at its finest, while avoiding the pitfalls that had claimed so many of his relatives who possessed similar advantages but lacked the character necessary to use them wisely and well. In the aftermath of that terrible night in Crime Alley, when the sound of gunshots shattered not only the silence of a Gotham evening, but also the innocence of a child whose understanding of the world would never again include the comfortable assumption that good people were safe from random violence and senseless tragedy, there began a transformation so profound and complex that it would ultimately produce both one of history's greatest heroes and one of its most psychologically damaged individuals. Two identities that would exist within the same person, yet represent fundamentally different responses to trauma that could never be fully reconciled or integrated into a single coherent sense of self. The boy who watched his parents die became the man who would dedicate his life to ensuring that no other child would suffer the same loss. Yet the methods he would choose and the psychological price he would pay for his crusade would raise disturbing questions about the relationship between heroism and pathology, between justice and vengeance, between healing and the perpetuation of the very wounds that had created the need for healing in the first place. The immediate aftermath of witnessing Thomas and Martha Wayne's murder created in 8-year-old Bruce a psychological condition that mental health professionals would later recognize as complex trauma, a form of post-traumatic stress that goes beyond simple shock and fear to encompass fundamental alterations in the victim's understanding of safety, trust, and the basic predictability of human existence that most people take for granted throughout their lives. The symptoms that emerged during the weeks and months following the tragedy included not only the nightmares, hypervigilance, and emotional numbness that characterize standard trauma responses, but also profound changes in his cognitive development and social attachment patterns that would influence every relationship and decision he would make throughout his playing adult life. The guilt that consumed Bruce Wayne in the wake of his parents' death was not the rational acknowledgement that a child could not have prevented such a tragedy, but rather the irrational yet psychologically inevitable conviction that he had somehow failed in his duty to protect the people he loved most, creating a burden of responsibility and self-recrimination that would drive him to spend the rest of his life attempting to atone for an imaginary failure through real acts of heroism that could never fully satisfy the internal voice that insisted he should have been strong enough, smart enough, or brave enough to save them. The various fantasy scenarios that he constructed during his childhood and adolescence, elaborate mental rehearsals of how he might have intervened successfully to prevent the murders, became the foundation for his later obsession with developing the physical and intellectual capabilities that would make such interventions possible in future situations. The isolation that characterized Bruce Wayne's childhood following his parents' death was not simply the natural result of his traumatic experience, but also a deliberate psychological defense mechanism that protected him from further emotional injury by preventing the formation of attachments that might create additional vulnerabilities to loss and disappointment. Yet this protective strategy also deprived him of the kinds of supportive relationships and normal developmental experiences that might have helped him process his trauma and develop healthier coping mechanisms for managing the intense emotions and distorted thinking patterns that characterized his psychological condition. The few friendships that he attempted to maintain during his school years were hampered by his inability to share his true thoughts and feelings with peers who could not possibly understand the magnitude of his loss or the intensity of his bopkos. Determination to prevent similar tragedies. Alfred Pennyworth's role as guardian and surrogate father was complicated by his own grief over the loss of Thomas and Martha Wayne, whom he had served and loved as members of his own family, creating a situation where two deeply traumatized individuals attempted to support each other while neither possessed the emotional resources or professional expertise necessary to address the full scope of the psychological damage that the murders had created. The relationship that developed between Alfred and Bruce was characterized by mutual affection and unwavering loyalty, yet it was also marked by the kind of formal distance and emotional restraint that reflected Alfred's understanding of the boundaries that should govern his role as an employee rather than a blood relative, preventing the development of the kind of intimate parental bond that might have provided Bruce with more effective emotional healing and guidance. The decision to leave Gotham City and embark upon what would become known as his world tour of training and education was motivated not by wanderlust or intellectual curiosity, but by Bruce Wayne's recognition that the comfortable life of a wealthy heir provided neither the skills nor the psychological preparation necessary for the kind of direct action against crime and injustice that his trauma-driven sense of mission demanded, leading him to seek out teachers and experiences that could transform him from a privileged victim into an instrument of justice, capable of confronting the forces of darkness that had claimed his parents and continued to threaten innocent people throughout the world. The systematic approach he took to this self-transformation reflected both his natural intelligence and the obsessive focus that trauma had created within his personality structure. The martial arts training that formed the foundation of Bruce Wayne's physical development was pursued not as a recreational activity or cultural exploration, but as a systematic study of violence and its applications. Approached with the same methodical intensity, that he brought to every aspect of his preparation for what he already understood would be a lifetime of dangerous confrontations with criminals who possessed no moral restraints and no concern for the safety of innocent bystanders. The masters who agreed to train him recognized both his exceptional dedication and the psychological darkness that motivated his pursuit of combat skills, leading some to question whether they were helping to create a protector of the innocent or a dangerous vigilante whose methods might ultimately cause more harm than good. The detective skills and investigative techniques that Bruce Wayne mastered during his travels were acquired through study with law enforcement professionals, private investigators, and criminal experts who taught him not only the technical aspects of evidence gathering and analysis, but also the psychological principles that governed criminal behavior and the social conditions that created opportunities for crime and exploitation to flourish in communities that lacked adequate protection or justice systems. The knowledge he gained about forensic science, surveillance methods, and interrogation techniques would prove essential for his later activities as Batman. Yet the moral implications of using these skills outside the constraints of legal authority and democratic oversight created ethical dilemmas that he never fully resolved. The theatrical and performance training that Bruce Wayne pursued as part of his preparation for creating and maintaining multiple identities reflected his understanding that effective crime fighting would require not only physical capabilities and investigative skills, but also the ability to manipulate perceptions and control information in ways that would protect both his secret identity and the people whose cooperation his mission would require. The lessons in acting, disguise, and psychological manipulation that he learned from various teachers throughout his travels provided him with tools that were as important as any weapon or technological device, yet they also contributed to the fragmentation of his personality and the erosion of authentic human connections that would characterize his adult life. The psychological conditioning and mental discipline techniques that Bruce Wayne studied with various experts in meditation, concentration, and emotional control were designed to help him manage the intense rage, fear, and obsessive thoughts that his trauma had created, while also developing the kind of focused determination and resistance to pain and distraction that would be necessary for surviving the physical and emotional stresses of vigilante activities. The breathing exercises, visualization practices, and mindfulness techniques that he learned provided him with some measure of internal stability and control, yet they also enabled him to suppress normal emotional responses and maintain psychological barriers that prevented genuine intimacy and emotional growth. The academic education that Bruce Wayne pursued during his travels included formal and informal study of subjects ranging from criminology and forensic psychology to chemistry and engineering, reflecting his determination to understand every aspect of criminal behavior and law enforcement methodology that might prove relevant to his future activities as a vigilante crime fighter. The universities, laboratories, and research institutions where he studied provided him with both theoretical knowledge and practical skills, while the professors and researchers who became his teachers often remarked upon his exceptional intelligence and total dedication to his studies, though few understood the personal motivations that drove his scholarly pursuits. The return to Gotham City that marked the end of Bruce Wayne's training period represented not a homecoming, but rather the beginning of the most challenging phase of his psychological and practical preparation for becoming Batman, as he was forced to confront the reality that the skills and knowledge he had acquired during his travels would need to be applied within the context of a city and social environment that held painful memories and ongoing emotional associations that threatened to overwhelm the psychological defenses and coping mechanisms he had developed during his years of wandering and study. The Wayne Manor that welcomed him back was both sanctuary and prison, providing him with the resources and privacy necessary for his mission, while also serving as a constant reminder of everything he had lost and could never recover. The development of the Batman persona represented Bruce Wayne's attempt to create a psychological alter ego that could channel his trauma-driven need for justice and vengeance while protecting his civilian identity from the topst emotional and practical consequences of vigilante activities that were both legally questionable and psychologically dangerous for someone whose mental health was already compromised by unresolved grief and survivor guilt. The theatrical elements of costume, voice modulation, and behavioral modification that characterized Batman were not merely practical disguise techniques, but also psychological tools that allowed Bruce to compartmentalize the darker aspects of his personality and create distance between his civilized public identity and the violent methods that his mission sometimes required. The symbolism of the bat that Bruce Wayne chose for his vigilante identity reflected both conscious and unconscious psychological associations that connected his childhood fears and adult mission in ways that revealed the complex relationship between trauma and transformation that defined his character development as the creature that had once terrified him during his childhood experience in the cave systems beneath Wayne Manor became the emblem through which he sought to inspire similar fear in the criminals who preyed upon innocent victims like his parents had been. The transformation of personal phobia into source of power demonstrated both psychological insight and the kind of symbolic thinking that characterized his approach to creating meaning and purpose from senseless tragedy. The balancing act between Bruce Wayne's public identity as a wealthy playboy philanthropist and his secret activities as Batman required constant attention to maintaining psychological boundaries and behavioral consistency that would prevent either identity from being compromised by the demands and characteristics of the other. Yet this compartmentalization also contributed to the fragmentation of his personality and the difficulty he experienced in forming authentic relationships with people who knew only one aspect of his complex and often contradictory character. The superficial charm and social competence that he displayed in his civilian role masked the emotional damage and obsessive focus that defined his inner life, while the grim determination and violent methods of Batman represented the expression of psychological needs that could not be acknowledged or addressed through conventional means. The philanthropic activities that Bruce Wayne pursued through the Wayne Foundation and other charitable endeavors were motivated not only by genuine desire to address the social conditions that contributed to crime and suffering, but also by his need to find constructive outlets for the guilt and responsibility he felt regarding his family's wealth and his own survival when so many others had perished, creating a complex relationship between altruism and self-interest that reflected the difficulty of determining pure motives when trauma and moral obligation intersected in psychologically complicated ways. The hospitals, schools, and community programs that his donations supported provided tangible benefits to countless individuals, while also serving the psychological function of justifying his existence and providing evidence that his privileged position carried meaningful responsibilities that extended beyond personal satisfaction or comfort. The technological innovations and advanced equipment that Bruce Wayne developed or acquired to support his activities as Batman represented both practical necessities for effective crime fighting and expressions of his compulsive need to control every variable and prepare for every contingency that might arise during his confrontations with criminals who possessed their own resources and capabilities. Yet the time and energy he devoted to these technological pursuits also served as displacement activities that allowed him to avoid confronting the deeper psychological issues and emotional needs that his trauma had created, but that he found too threatening or painful to address directly through therapeutic intervention or genuine human connection. The relationships that Bruce Wayne attempted to form with women throughout his adult life were invariably complicated by his inability to reveal his true identity and mission without placing both himself and his potential partners in danger, creating patterns of deception and emotional distance that prevented the development of the kind of intimate bonds that might have provided healing and psychological growth, while also generating additional guilt and isolation as he was forced to repeatedly disappoint and abandon people who deserved honesty and commitment that his vigilante activities made impossible to provide. The love interests who entered and left his life carried with them pieces of his humanity that he could never fully recover, leaving him progressively more isolated and emotionally damaged. Despite his ongoing success in protecting others from harm, the partnerships that Batman formed with other heroes and law enforcement officials provided him with professional relationships that offered some measure of understanding and cooperation, while also creating additional sources of stress and moral complexity, as he was forced to navigate the differences between his methods and those of individuals who operated within legal and ethical frameworks that he had chosen to transcend in pursuit of more immediate and effective results. The friendships and alliances that emerged from these partnerships were among the few genuine human connections he was able to maintain, yet they were also limited by the professional nature of their foundation and the ongoing tension between collaboration and independence that characterized his approach to crime fighting. The surrogate family relationships that Bruce Wayne developed with the young people who became his partners and protégés represented both his attempt to prevent others from experiencing the kind of loss and trauma that had defined his own childhood and his unconscious need to create the family, connections that had been destroyed by his parents' murder. Yet these relationships were also complicated by the ethical questions surrounding his decision to involve minors in dangerous activities and the psychological impact of his own emotional limitations on young people who needed guidance, stability that his traumatized personality was often unable to provide consistently or appropriately. The aging process that gradually transformed Bruce Wayne from a young man driven by fresh grief and unlimited energy into a middle-aged individual whose body and mind showed the cumulative effects of decades of physical punishment and psychological stress created new challenges regarding the sustainability of his mission and the question of whether his continued activities as Batman served the cause of justice, or had become instead a form of addiction that prevented him from finding healthier ways to process his trauma and contribute to society through means that did not require violence and deception as primary tools. The legacy planning that occupied Bruce Wayne's thoughts during his mature years included not only practical concerns about ensuring the continuation of Wayne Enterprises and the Wayne Foundation, but also deeper questions about whether his life's work had created positive change that justified the personal costs and moral compromises that his mission had required, leading to periods of introspection and self-evaluation that sometimes revealed uncomfortable truths about the relationship between his heroic activities and his psychological needs that raised questions about his motivations and the ultimate meaning of his sacrifice. The consideration of retirement or transition that Bruce Wayne contemplated during various periods of his career as Batman was always complicated by his recognition that stepping away from vigilante activities would require him to confront the psychological void that his mission had filled, and to develop alternative sources of meaning and purpose that could provide the same sense of control and moral clarity that crime fighting offered. Yet the prospect of such fundamental change also represented an opportunity for growth and healing that might allow him to finally address the trauma that had shaped his entire adult life and find forms of happiness and fulfillment that his obsessive dedication to justice had prevented him from experiencing. Thus concludes this examination of Bruce Wayne's complex psychological journey from traumatized child to heroic yet damaged adult, a transformation that demonstrates both the remarkable resilience of the human spirit and the profound costs that unresolved trauma can impose upon individuals who channel their pain into missions of service and protection that provide meaning and purpose, while also perpetuating the very isolation and emotional damage that created the need for such extreme measures in the first place, creating a paradox of heroism that serves others while failing to heal the hero who sacrifices his own wholeness in service of an ideal that can never fully compensate for what was lost in childhood's darkest hour. In the architectural chronicles that document the evolution of great American estates from symbols of familial prosperity into monuments of personal obsession and institutional purpose, few structures embody the complex transformation of domestic space into operational headquarters more completely than Wayne Manor and its subterranean extensions, where generations of careful construction and secret modification have created a unique environment that serves simultaneously as ancestral home, fortress of solitude, technological command center, and psychological sanctuary for a man whose mission has required the complete reimagining of what it means to live between public respectability and private warfare. The manor that rises above Gotham's landscape and the caves that extend beneath it represent not merely impressive examples of architectural ambition and engineering innovation, but rather the physical manifestation of the Wayne family's evolution from colonial settlers into modern guardians of justice, whose methods require spaces that can accommodate both the civilized rituals of social obligation and the darker necessities of vigilante combat against forces that threaten the innocent. The original construction of Wayne Manor began during the mid-19th century when Solomon Wayne commissioned the controversial architect Cyrus Pinckney to design a residence that would reflect not only the family's growing wealth and social prominence, but also their commitment to architectural principles that could inspire moral behavior and civic virtue through environmental design that elevated the human spirit while demonstrating the proper relationship between private prosperity and public responsibility. The Gothic revival style that Pinckney employed drew upon medieval traditions that emphasized verticality, craftsmanship, and symbolic ornamentation intended to remind inhabitants and visitors of higher purposes that transcended material comfort and immediate pleasure, creating living spaces that encouraged contemplation of moral duty and spiritual development, alongside the practical requirements of domestic life and social entertainment. The site selection for the manor reflected careful consideration of both practical and aesthetic factors that would support the Wayne family's long-term residence and social activities, while also taking advantage of natural features that enhanced both the beauty and the defensive potential of their chosen location, positioned upon elevated ground that provided commanding views of Gotham City and the surrounding countryside, while also offering access to the extensive cave systems that honeycombed the underlying limestone formations and would eventually prove crucial for activities that the original architects could never have anticipated. The orientation of the building took advantage of prevailing winds and seasonal sunlight patterns to create comfortable interior climates, while the landscaping incorporated both formal gardens that demonstrated horticultural sophistication and naturalistic areas that preserved the existing forest cover and provided privacy from neighboring properties and public roads. The exterior architecture of Wayne Manor employed local stone, quarried from Wayne family properties, combined with imported materials that reflected the international scope of family business activities and cultural interests, creating a facade that projected both regional authenticity and cosmopolitan sophistication through careful integration of traditional Gothic elements with innovative structural techniques that allowed for larger windows, more open interior spaces, and better integration between indoor and outdoor living areas than conventional medieval designs would have permitted. The towers, buttresses, and decorative stonework that characterized the manor's appearance were not merely aesthetic choices, but also functional elements that concealed modern conveniences, defensive features, and structural innovations that enhanced both the comfort and security of the family residence. The interior spaces of Wayne Manor were designed to accommodate the complex social and professional obligations that accompanied the Wayne family's position within Gotham society, while also providing private areas where family members could retreat from public scrutiny and engage in personal pursuits that required solitude and concentration, creating a carefully orchestrated flow between public and private zones that allowed for entertaining large numbers of guests while maintaining intimate family spaces that preserved domestic tranquility and emotional security. The grand staircase, formal dining rooms, and reception halls that occupied the manor's central areas were balanced by libraries, studies, and family quarters that provided comfortable settings for reading, conversation, and relaxation away from the demands of social performance and business obligation. The library that became one of Wayne Manor's most significant interior features reflected multiple generations of Wayne family intellectual interests and educational commitment, housing not only comprehensive collections of literature, history, and scientific texts, but also specialized holdings related to criminology, forensic science, and investigative techniques that would prove essential for Bruce Wayne's preparation for his career as Batman, while also maintaining the philosophical and theological works that had guided earlier Wayne family leaders in their approach to moral decision-making and social responsibility. The hidden passages and concealed storage areas that were integrated into the library's design allowed for the secure preservation of sensitive documents and valuable items, while also providing discrete access routes that connected different areas of the manor without requiring use of main corridors and public spaces. The technological infrastructure that was gradually integrated into Wayne Manor during the 20th century included not only conventional improvements in heating, lighting, and communication systems, but also sophisticated security measures, computer networks, and specialized equipment that supported both Wayne Enterprises' business operations and Bruce Wayne's vigilante activities, requiring careful concealment and soundproofing that would prevent visitors and staff members from discovering the true nature and extent of the technological capabilities that had been built into what appeared to be a traditional, aristocratic residence. The power generation and data processing requirements that these systems created necessitated substantial modifications to the manor's foundation and utility connections that were accomplished through careful planning and construction that maintained the building's historical appearance while dramatically enhancing its functional capabilities. The staff quarters and service areas that supported Wayne Manor's operations were designed to accommodate the domestic workers, security personnel, and technical specialists whose efforts were essential for maintaining both the manor's public functions as a social and cultural center and its secret role as headquarters for Batman's crime-fighting activities, requiring careful screening and management of personnel who needed access to different levels of information and facility areas depending upon their specific responsibilities and security clearances. The loyalty and discretion that characterized the Manor's staff reflected not only careful hiring practices and generous compensation, but also the genuine respect and care that Wayne family members showed toward the people whose service made their complex lifestyle possible. The secret passages and hidden chambers that were incorporated throughout Wayne Manor served multiple purposes, ranging from historical curiosity and architectural interest to practical security measures and operational necessities that allowed Batman to move throughout the building and access his equipment without revealing his activities to visitors, staff members, or surveillance systems that might compromise his secret identity or expose his methods to enemies who sought to understand and counter his crime-fighting capabilities. The construction of these concealed spaces required sophisticated engineering and craftsmanship that integrated seamlessly with the Manor's visible architecture while providing the structural integrity and environmental control necessary for their intended functions. The connection between Wayne Manor and the cave system that lay beneath it was originally discovered during the building's initial construction, when excavation work revealed natural passages and chambers that extended far beyond the Manor's foundation into a vast underground network that included everything from small crawlways barely wide enough for human passage to cathedral-like caverns that could accommodate large equipment and vehicle storage, creating opportunities for expansion and development that would prove essential for Bruce Wayne's transformation of simple natural caves into the sophisticated command center that would become known as the Bat Cave. The geological surveys and structural analyses that were conducted to ensure the safety and stability of building above these hollow spaces also revealed the strategic advantages that underground facilities could provide for activities that required absolute secrecy and security from external surveillance or attack. The initial exploration and mapping of the cave system revealed not only its impressive scope and natural beauty, but also evidence of historical human occupation that included Native American artifacts, colonial-era hiding places used by Underground Railroad operations, and more recent modifications that suggested various Wayne family members had recognized and utilized the caves for purposes that were not recorded in official family histories or architectural documents. The archaeological discoveries that were made during this exploration process provided valuable insights into the region's history, while also creating additional responsibilities for preservation and protection of culturally significant sites that existed beneath Wayne family property. The engineering challenges that were involved in transforming natural cave spaces into functional operational facilities included not only basic concerns about structural stability and environmental control, but also complex requirements for power distribution, communications connectivity, water management, and ventilation that would allow the caves to support sophisticated technological equipment and human occupation for extended periods, while maintaining the security and concealment that were essential for their intended purposes. The construction work that was required to create the Batcave involved teams of specialists who were carefully selected for both their technical expertise and their absolute discretion regarding the nature and purpose of their cave. Assignments. The design philosophy that guided the Batcave's development balanced practical, operational requirements with symbolic and psychological considerations that reflected Bruce Wayne's understanding of the importance of environment in shaping mood, motivation, and performance during the dangerous and emotionally demanding activities that characterized his work as Batman. The dramatic lighting, imposing architecture, and carefully orchestrated visual effects that characterized the completed facility were intended not only to inspire fear and respect in enemies who might discover its location, but also to reinforce Batman's own sense of purpose and determination during periods when the psychological demands of his mission threatened to overwhelm his commitment to justice and protection of the innocent. The computer systems and information processing capabilities that were installed in the Batcave represented some of the most advanced technological resources available anywhere in the world, incorporating both commercially available equipment and custom-designed systems that were developed specifically for law enforcement and intelligence applications that required capabilities far beyond those needed for conventional business or personal use. The databases, analytical software, and communication networks that these systems supported provided Batman with access to information and resources that rivaled those available to major government agencies, while maintaining the independence and security that his unofficial statutes required. The vehicle storage and maintenance facilities that occupied substantial portions of the Batcave were designed to accommodate not only the famous Batmobile, but also aircraft, watercraft, and specialized transportation equipment that Batman's diverse operational requirements demanded, along with the mechanical shops, spare parts inventories, and technical documentation necessary for maintaining and modifying these vehicles to meet changing mission needs and technological opportunities. The automotive, engineering, and customization work that was performed in these facilities often pushed the boundaries of available technology while creating unique solutions to tactical and operational challenges that conventional vehicle manufacturers had never been required to address. The weapons, storage, and equipment preparation areas of the Batcave housed comprehensive inventories of defensive and offensive equipment that reflected Batman's commitment to being prepared for any contingency that might arise during his confrontations with criminals, whose own resources and capabilities were constantly evolving and improving through technological advancement and criminal innovation. The training facilities and practice ranges that were integrated into these areas allowed Batman to maintain his physical conditioning and combat skills, while also testing new equipment and techniques under controlled conditions that could identify potential problems before they became critical issues during actual field operations. The medical facility that was established within the Batcave included both emergency treatment capabilities for injuries that Batman might sustain during his crime-fighting activities and sophisticated laboratory equipment for forensic analysis of evidence collected during investigations, creating a self-contained medical and scientific resource that could operate independently of external healthcare and laboratory services that might compromise security or create records that could be traced back to Batman's secret identity. The surgical equipment, pharmaceutical supplies, and diagnostic instruments that were maintained in this facility required ongoing maintenance and replacement that necessitated careful acquisition and disposal procedures to prevent detection by regulatory agencies or criminal organizations. The trophy room that preserved mementos and evidence from Batman's most significant cases served not only as a record of his achievements and a source of motivation for continued efforts, but also as a form of psychological therapy that helped him process traumatic experiences and maintain perspective regarding the broader impact and meaning of his individual efforts within the larger context of his war against crime and injustice. The artifacts, photographs, and documents that were displayed in this area told the story of Batman's evolution as both a crime fighter and a human being. struggling to find meaning and purpose through service to others who lacked the resources and capabilities necessary to protect themselves from predators and exploiters. The living quarters that were established within the Batcave provided Batman with comfortable private space for rest and reflection during extended operations that kept him away from Wayne Manor for days or weeks at a time, while also serving as a backup residence that could be used if security concerns or operational requirements made it inadvisable to maintain his presence at the manor, where visitors or surveillance might compromise his secret identity or detect patterns of behavior that could reveal his connection to Batman's activities. The isolation and security that these underground living spaces provided also offered psychological benefits during periods when the emotional demands of his mission required solitude and withdrawal from all social contact and obligation. The strategic command center that occupied the heart of the Batcave served as Batman's primary workspace for planning operations, analyzing intelligence, coordinating with allies, and maintaining oversight of ongoing investigations and security concerns throughout Gotham City and beyond, incorporating multiple large-screen displays, communication systems, and data processing capabilities that allowed him to monitor criminal activity, emergency services communications, and news media coverage, while maintaining real-time awareness of developing situations that might require his immediate attention and intervention. The ergonomic design and technological integration of this command center reflected careful attention to the human factors and operational efficiency considerations that could determine success or failure during critical decision-making processes that occurred under extreme time, pressure, and psychological stress. The environmental controls and life support systems that maintained comfortable and safe conditions throughout the Batcave required sophisticated engineering solutions that addressed challenges ranging from air quality and temperature, regulation to humidity control and emergency evacuation that were complicated by the underground location, the presence of sensitive electronic equipment, and the need for absolute secrecy that prevented reliance upon external utility services or emergency response resources. The backup power generation, water treatment, and waste management systems that supported the facility's independence from external infrastructure represented significant technological and financial investments that reflected the importance of maintaining operational capability even under extreme circumstances. The symbolic significance of Wayne Manor and the Batcave as representations of Bruce Wayne's dual nature and complex psychological makeup created powerful environmental influences that shaped his understanding of his own identity and mission, while also serving as physical manifestations of the internal conflicts and compartmentalization that characterized his approach to balancing his public responsibilities as heir to the Wayne legacy with his secret commitment to vigilante justice that operated outside legal and social frameworks that he considered inadequate for protecting innocent people from the predators and monsters that conventional authority seemed unable or unwilling to confront effectively. Thus concludes this exploration of Wayne Manor and the Batcave as architectural expressions of the Wayne family legacy and Bruce Wayne's personal transformation from traumatized orphan into Batman, demonstrating how physical spaces can be designed and modified to support complex operational requirements while also serving psychological and symbolic functions that reinforce identity and purpose, creating environments that bridge the gap between public respectability and private necessity while maintaining the security and functionality that enable extraordinary individuals to pursue missions that transcend conventional limitations and social expectations in service of higher principles that require extraordinary measures and exceptional dedication to achieve meaningful results in a world that often seems hostile to justice and compassion. In the shadowed corridors of family history, where patterns repeat themselves across generations like echoes reverberating through time, where the sins of ancestors become the inheritance of descendants, and the choices of the dead continue to shape the destinies of the living, the Wayne family bloodline reveals itself to be marked by recurring cycles of tragedy and loss that seem to transcend mere coincidence or statistical probability, to suggest the operation of forces that exist beyond rational explanation or scientific understanding. The curse that hangs over the Wayne lineage is not merely a literary conceit or superstitious fancy, but rather a demonstrable pattern of events and outcomes that has claimed the lives, sanity, and happiness of generation after generation of individuals who possessed every advantage that wealth, education, and social position could provide, yet who found themselves powerless to escape the fundamental dynamics of sacrifice and suffering that appear to be woven into the very fabric of their existence. The generational patterns that emerge from careful study of Wayne family history reveal disturbing consistencies in the ways that tragedy strikes even the most promising and well-prepared members of each generation, creating a template of disaster that includes premature death, mental illness, moral corruption, and the loss of loved ones through circumstances that combine elements of noble intention, fatal miscalculation, and seemingly random misfortune that transform what should have been triumphant lives into cautionary tales about the limits of human agency and the persistence of suffering despite material advantages and personal virtue. The statistical analysis of Wayne family mortality rates, psychological disorders, and social catastrophes produces data that defies explanation through conventional understanding of heredity, environment, or probability, suggesting instead the operation of systematic forces that target the family with malevolent precision. The origins of what many Wayne family members have come to understand as a supernatural curse can be traced back through centuries of accumulated resentment, injustice, and spiritual contamination that began with the execution of Amity Arkham in the 17th century, when the dying words of an innocent woman condemned to burn for crimes she did not commit created a nexus of supernatural malevolence that would extend its influence across time and bloodlines to ensure that those who had participated in or benefited from her persecution would experience proportionate suffering through their descendants, who inherited both wealth and guilt from ancestors whose prosperity had been purchased through complicity in systematic oppression and judicial murder. The specific terms of Amity Arkham's curse, as recorded by witnesses to her execution and preserved in court documents that survived the centuries, included not only promises of retribution against her immediate persecutors, but also comprehensive maledictions that would affect their families, their communities, and their economic enterprises across multiple generations until justice was finally achieved. Through suffering that matched or exceeded the pain that had been inflicted upon an innocent woman whose only crimes were possessing knowledge that threatened established authority and maintaining independence that challenged patriarchal control. The formal structure and precise language of her final words reflected both her education and her understanding of supernatural principles that governed the relationship between injustice and consequence across temporal boundaries that mundane law could not cross. The mechanism through which Amity's curse operates appears to involve the systematic identification and exploitation of moral vulnerabilities within each generation of affected families, creating circumstances that force individuals to choose between competing ethical obligations and ensure that even the most well-intentioned decisions produce tragic consequences that perpetuate cycles of guilt and suffering while simultaneously advancing the broader goals of spiritual retribution that transcend individual responsibility or personal culpability. The curse does not simply impose arbitrary misfortune upon its targets, but rather creates moral dilemmas and impossible choices that reveal character flaws and ethical limitations that might otherwise remain hidden or inconsequential. The psychological inheritance that accompanies the supernatural curse includes predispositions toward mental illness, addictive behavior, and emotional instability that manifest differently in each generation, yet consistently undermine the ability of affected individuals to form healthy relationships, make sound decisions, and find satisfaction in normal human experiences that provide meaning and fulfillment for those who are not burdened by ancestral guilt and spiritual contamination. The depression, anxiety, obsessive-compulsive tendencies, and dissociative episodes that appear throughout Wayne family medical records suggest genetic vulnerabilities that are activated or exacerbated by supernatural influences that target the neurochemical and psychological systems that govern emotional regulation and stress response. The moral compromises that seem to inevitably characterize the adult lives of Wayne family members reflect not simple human weakness or character defects, but rather systematic manipulation by supernatural forces that create circumstances where ethical purity becomes impossible to maintain and where every available choice involves some form of complicity in harm or injustice that adds to the accumulating burden of guilt and spiritual contamination that each generation passes on to the next. The business practices, political activities, and personal relationships that define Wayne family involvement in society consistently produce outcomes that serve the interests of cosmic justice while undermining individual happiness and moral integrity. The premature deaths that claim Wayne family members with statistical regularity follow patterns that suggest deliberate targeting rather than random misfortune, with mortality rates that exceed actuarial predictions by margins that indicate systematic intervention by forces that operate according to principles of poetic justice and symbolic retribution that ensure each death serves both personal punishment and educational purposes for surviving family members who must learn to recognize their vulnerability and accept responsibility for ancestral sins that they did not personally commit, but from which they have nonetheless benefited through inherited wealth and social position. The specific circumstances surrounding individual Wayne family deaths reveal recurring themes of noble sacrifice, moral conflict, and the transformation of protective instincts into sources of vulnerability that allow supernatural forces to exploit love and compassion as weapons against those who attempt to shield others from harm or injustice. Thomas and Martha Wayne's murder in Crime Alley exemplifies this pattern, as their decision to attend a cultural event and their choice to take a shortcut through a dangerous neighborhood combined elements of innocent pleasure-seeking with unconscious self-destructive impulses that placed them in precisely the wrong location at precisely the wrong moment to encounter the random violence that would claim their lives while traumatizing their son. The mental illness that affects Wayne family members across multiple generations appears to involve not simply chemical imbalances or genetic predispositions, but also genuine sensitivity to supernatural influences and otherworldly communications that create symptoms that are simultaneously pathological from a clinical perspective and meaningful from a spiritual standpoint, suggesting that what conventional psychiatry diagnoses as delusions and hallucinations may represent authentic perceptions of realities that exist beyond the normal boundaries of human consciousness and sensory experience. The voices, visions, and paranormal experiences reported by various Wayne family members often contain accurate information about past events and future possibilities that cannot be explained through conventional understanding of mental illness or psychological dysfunction. The isolation and alienation that characterize Wayne family relationships reflect not merely the social consequences of wealth and privilege, but also the operation of supernatural forces that systematically undermine attempts to form meaningful connections with others. By creating circumstances that force family members to choose between honesty and safety, between intimacy and security, between love and duty, in ways that ensure that even the most successful relationships are tainted by deception, fear, and the knowledge that supernatural retribution can strike at any moment through the people who are most valued and vulnerable. The inability to maintain lasting friendships, romantic partnerships, or even stable family bonds becomes both symptom and mechanism of the curse that isolates its targets while ensuring their continued suffering. The business ventures and philanthropic activities that Wayne family members pursue consistently produce mixed results that combine genuine social benefits with unintended consequences that create new forms of harm and injustice, demonstrating how supernatural forces can corrupt even the most altruistic intentions and transform charitable activities into sources of additional guilt and moral burden that add to, rather than subtract from, the accumulating spiritual debt that each generation inherits from its predecessors. The hospitals, schools, and cultural institutions that Wayne philanthropy supports often become sites of tragedy, scandal, or institutional failure that reflects the corrupting influence of cursed wealth and contaminated resources. The political involvement that various Wayne family members have pursued across different historical periods consistently results in outcomes that serve the interests of cosmic justice while undermining the immediate goals and values that motivated their entry into public service, creating situations where their influence and resources are systematically redirected toward purposes that advance the supernatural agenda of balancing historical injustices rather than achieving the social reforms and policy changes that they consciously intended to promote. The legislation, policies, and institutional changes that result from Wayne political activities often produce consequences that are opposite to their stated objectives. The technological innovations and scientific discoveries that emerge from Wayne family investments in research and development frequently become sources of additional moral complexity and ethical burden rather than simple improvements in human capability and social welfare, as supernatural influences ensure that even the most beneficial inventions and discoveries carry within them the potential for misuse and harmful application that creates new forms of suffering and injustice that must be weighed against whatever positive contributions they might make to human knowledge and capability. The weapons, surveillance systems, and biotechnological advances that flow from Wayne-funded research often end up serving purposes that conflict with the family's stated values and humanitarian objectives. The marriage patterns that characterize Wayne family relationships reveal consistent themes of attraction to individuals who carry their own burdens of trauma, guilt, or supernatural contamination that create complementary forms of suffering and shared vulnerability to forces that target both partners simultaneously while using their love for each other as a weapon against their individual and collective well-being. Martha Arkham's union with Thomas Wayne exemplifies this pattern, as her family's curse, combined with his moral vulnerabilities, to create circumstances that would ultimately destroy both of them. while ensuring that their son would inherit an even more complex and dangerous spiritual burden. The educational and developmental experiences of Wayne family children consistently include exposure to trauma, violence, or loss during crucial formative periods that create lasting psychological damage and spiritual wounds that shape their adult personalities in ways that make them simultaneously more capable of serving others and more vulnerable to the self-destructive impulses that characterize the family's cursed existence. Bruce Wayne's witnessing of his parents' murder represents the most extreme example of this pattern. Yet similar traumatic experiences appear throughout the family history with regularity that suggests systematic targeting rather than random misfortune. The attempts that various Wayne family members have made to break the cycle of tragedy through religious conversion, geographical relocation, name changes, or other forms of spiritual cleansing have consistently failed to provide lasting protection or genuine liberation from the supernatural forces that pursue them across time and space, demonstrating both the persistence of cosmic justice and the inadequacy of conventional approaches to spiritual healing and redemption that fail to address the fundamental issues of historical injustice and accumulated guilt that give the curse its power and legitimacy. The psychological coping mechanisms that Wayne family members develop in response to their awareness of the curse include both healthy strategies such as dedication to service and protection of others, and destructive patterns such as emotional isolation, obsessive behavior, and the transformation of love into forms of possessiveness and control that recreate the very dynamics of oppression and injustice that originally gave rise to the supernatural forces that torment them. Bruce Wayne's evolution into Batman represents both the most successful and most problematic example of these adaptive responses. The hope for redemption that emerges from careful analysis of the curse's operation lies not in simple acts of charity or individual moral improvement, but rather in systematic efforts to address the root causes of historical injustice and to create institutional changes that provide genuine equality, dignity, and opportunity for the descendants of those who were harmed by the actions and policies that created Wayne family wealth and social position. The transformation of inherited guilt into purposeful action that serves the interests of cosmic justice, while also promoting human welfare, represents the only viable path toward breaking cycles that have persisted for centuries. The role that Bruce Wayne's activities as Batman play in either perpetuating or resolving the family curse depends upon whether his vigilante activities ultimately serve the interests of supernatural retribution by increasing violence and perpetuating cycles of trauma and revenge, or whether they represent genuine progress toward addressing systemic injustices and protecting vulnerable populations from the kind of exploitation and victimization that gave rise to the original curse. The moral complexity of vigilante justice makes it difficult to determine whether Batman's methods advance or hinder the spiritual healing that the Wayne family requires. Thus concludes this examination of the curse that has haunted the Wayne family across generations, revealing how supernatural forces can operate through seemingly natural causes to ensure that historical injustices are balanced through suffering that is proportionate to the harm that was originally inflicted, while also demonstrating that genuine redemption remains possible for those who possess the courage and wisdom to confront their inherited obligations and transform cursed legacies into instruments of healing and justice that serve both cosmic principles and human needs in ways that honor both the dead who demand retribution and the living who deserve protection and hope. And so we conclude our journey through the labyrinthine halls of Wayne family history, where each portrait tells a story of ambition tempered by tragedy, wealth shadowed by sacrifice, and power balanced by responsibility. From the colonial foundations laid by visionary ancestors to the modern crusade waged by their most famous heir, the Wayne legacy stands as testament to the truth that greatness is not inherited but forged in the crucible of choice and consequence. In the darkness of Gotham's nights, when the bat signal pierces the sky above a city that has known too much sorrow, remember that even the mightiest heroes are shaped by the sins and virtues of those who came before. The Wayne family story reminds us that we are all heirs to both light and shadow, that redemption is possible even for the most tainted legacies, and that sometimes the greatest act of love is choosing to become something better than what we were born to be. Rest now, dreamer of better tomorrows, and may your sleep be as peaceful as Gotham when its dark night watches over all.